My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
It is Thursday, March 3rd, 2022. It's currently 5:39 a.m. That is amplification of audible activity occurring under what is the guise of train activity. I want to be clear, the entity using a train repeatedly patrolling back and forth. This is just documenting it right now. The entity repeatedly doing so throughout the night and in the early morning, which again, it's currently 5:39 a.m. While this is the ongoing creation of amplified audible activity for purposes of monitoring by the people on behalf of the state. And as you have also seen through my documentation, both Amtrak and Union Pacific using those trains for that criminal system that is underway right now. It's 5:40 a.m. at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. That is amplified audible activity. This is P.O.C. U1. That's a license plate, third party, driving a commercial vehicle, Herzog, Herzog. It is 6:24 a.m. 6 UOZ 635, 4 UOZ 635, 5 UAD 410, 8 VRL 193, and 7 JAC 999, 8 DIS 302, 8 RCG 330, 7 MAC 808, 6 KK N 676, and it's 6:28 a.m. And again, I'm reading license plates as I have left the property of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, and the entity engaging in the amplification, the ongoing sound that is audible activity following with an environment, and it is amplification of what is train activity as I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue, and I'm going to show you what is absolutely demonic. You can see the fake sun, which continues to move north of Euclid Avenue, the entity engaging in what is the guise, as I showed in video, not to be deceived by what is the still equally impossible and terrorizing threat by an entity. This is a demonic conduct while an entire environment is following you around, and I'm showing you what is not the actual sun. At 6:44 a.m. as I'm at the property of the museum. I'm sorry, I'm actually standing technically on the property of what is 150 East Holt County building after I have walked off of the property of the museum. Nonetheless, it's right there off of Transit. 6:44, it's 6:28 a.m. and I'm standing at D Street in Euclid, and the entity is stalking with the fake sun, which you can see clearly through the windows of the U.S. Bank across the street. The entity is moving the fake sun north as I walk. 8HLM 626, that is the incriminating conduct of what is the demonic creation of audible activity, which is amplified, that is attributed to Amtrak and Union Pacific, both using those train tracks as a means of federal stalking in facilitation with the people of the state and the government itself. It's 6:29 a.m. This demon group stalking in the path while the fake sun is through a reflection. 8SGV. Let's see, 8SGV 808, that's a demon. All right, it's currently 6:29 a.m. All right, you need to understand touching surfaces with light, that's the demonic pattern. It is not the sun. You're talking about what is a light source that is still engaging in movement at an earlier time, yet again, showing you what is stalking with a fake sun. 6B60547, moving in the same direction on the same street, keeping perfect alignment while I'm there. I also captured what is the people of the state acting. This is the demon driving a school bus. And on my opposite side of the street where you see that school bus, and I'm showing you the reflection onto the building of U.S. Bank, that demon is stalking on the path on the opposite side of the street. 6B60547 is a demon monitoring me while at the red light, and directed light is occurring on both sides of the street. All right, I want to be clear. It's 6:30 a.m. This is P.O.C. Group stalking at ARCO, 6BWW426. Group stalking at gas pump number 5. License 5DVN368. That's ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue. Monitoring at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is in Ontario. Group stalking at the Chevron. This is the Chevron that's right across the street. The meaning you see in operation of the communication device with the white utility truck while I'm showing you light that's just appearing out of nowhere. And all over the buildings, they're monitoring. And they're demons that are surrounding you, and psychopaths acting like they're doing something else. License 161162 at Chevron at 506 Euclid Avenue. License and group stalking at gas stall number 5, I believe. And group stalking at gas stall number 8, license 5SOZ579. It's 6:34 a.m. 8 MKT901. These are demons that are driving in the engineered light. CR009 handicap. By the way, this is what the entity is doing on a ceaseless basis, as I am always surrounded with what is engineered light. It is 6:38 a.m. 8SVE665. 71746J2. 01471W1. 8UIM936. 8ZAY047. 8B222. 8B22224. 13624D2. 8XLN627. 7LNJ211. 8WYA883. This is Euclid Avenue and 4th Street. The fake sun is right here, keeping in alignment with me as I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue at 6:49 a.m. And these minions are stalking the path. 8WJT787. 8K81209. 8BYK974. And City of Ontario, on the grounds of the non-church that I documented last night, they're monitoring and relevant positioning the City of Ontario using the dumpster truck with the flashing light, maintaining presence and alignment with me as I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue at the La Familia de Dios Iglesia Cristiana, where I showed you I have multiple shadows on the grounds of that alleged church. You got a demon stalking in the path on the grounds of that alleged church. Currently 6:55 a.m. where the fake sun is keeping in alignment with me while I'm crossing paths with this alleged church. That is the ongoing conduct and course of demonic activity. All right, this is P.O.C. It's currently 6:55 a.m. 7DTD008. It's a minion that's crossing path in the directed light and monitoring with the City of Ontario. Again, the use of the dumpsters, not only crossing a path, light activity, and amplified audible activity. And that minion is acting on behalf of the people. They're all monitoring with that facilitating conduct. 1418534, demon driving the school bus, driving north of Euclid Avenue at 6:56 a.m. at Hawthorne and Euclid. 1548517, potentially somewhere that's Chaffee Joint Union High School. Molestation with directed light at the property of 1458 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario at the intersection of 6th Street and Euclid. These demons that are monitoring, PAPE, license, that's spelled P-A-P-E, 49381V2. License of the another demon that's monitoring. This is Ontario Montclair School District. This demon driving license plate 1407334. And this demon on the opposite side of the street is 7FTB591. They're surrounding at an intersection. The fake sun is maintaining alignment with me. Directed light, that's not actual sunlight, but like I'm showing you, maintains presence all over the ground while they're stalking in the path. LR Masonry, that is license plate 58716X1. This is P.O.C. That is Chaffee Joint Union High School, 1407334. License 8KJX153 at 6th Street in Euclid, as I just captured images of. And again, that molestation occurs in the shade while I'm walking in front of the property of what is 1458 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario. Doing so, this is the same property where I'm showing you the fake sun at a later time in the morning, 7FQL941, 7R64668, 01701K3, 8JAK718. It's 7 a.m. on the dot. 7WXE917. All right, these demons you see stalking in the path, they're driving the security paving vehicle. A male driver and a male passenger driver monitoring with communication devices under the fake sun. Took an image of that. That is that license plate. Let me see. 8R71261. They're just driving in a circle with the flashing light on the truck. This is relevant positioning. This is at the same location. I'm at the same intersection. They're creating light activity, and then the molestation by the demon driving the school bus. Different methods of what is light. License MIB BGRL JHJ-82-54. License 7DNX244. License 5S46266. It's 7:01 a.m. Alrighty, I'm taking pictures of what is the fake sun that's right over me at the intersection of 6th Street and Euclid. And what you will also pay attention to, you see the vehicles, they are crossing path. They're crossing path in what is engineered light. They're crossing path under what is the light source that is not actually the sun, that is at the intersection over me in alignment with me as I have walked north the same street of Euclid Avenue. You are also looking at what is the light activity while these demons are in their vehicles. You're looking at the monstrous size of the shadows of their vehicles. This is the engineered light. All right, so you are looking at it and witnessing all of the aspects of what is witnessing this engineered light. That is a method of stalking for purposes of monitoring, and it is also that which is the element that the demon-possessed remain in. All right, it's currently 7:02 a.m. I did capture still images of that, and that's at the intersection of 6th Street and Euclid Avenue. United Rentals crossing path. License 41082D3. 8WSG, I believe. AWGS 896. 8TXJ 797. 6LIE 845. 8JYP 715. 8JIF 063. 8WEV 478. 8SMS 665, I believe. ATQB, I can't look through that one. ATQB 474. 10654J2. 8NQW 333. 8AES 800. 7ZLM 924, 8ZXN 008, 5EUN 158, 16669G2, 6DLU 463, and it's currently 7:04 a.m. License plate 8EQP 643, 8ZTJ. I can't see that one. 32437F2, 7HUF 317, 8LVG 732. Security paving license 06188C3, 8PVU 251, 10117F2, 6TPS 581, 8E58525. The people of the state engaging in what is relevant positioning, they are stalking. All right, you're understanding that this is not about the rush hour to work. This is about maintenance of presence by the demon-possessed who are stalking in engineered light, stalking under a fake sun, which I capture at 7:04 in the morning over the same 10 freeway entrance. This is the same 10 freeway entrance where I was yesterday at 7:30 in the morning, walking north, the perfect maintenance in alignment with me, regardless of what is a different time as I'm walking in the direction north, where the entity is keeping a fake sun to the end of the day, in that same direction north in alignment with me on the property, on any property, which is in the city of Upland, which is just up the street. That is the direction north and no migration of the light source, which is supposed to be the sun moving east or west. License 6UY8981. They're all crossing path in that engineer light. 6B07R28 paper, 7YFV410, 7RRJ659, 8HBR393, 8WAS997, 8ZQY814, 6J71551, 6469GG. I'm sorry, 6469 6G3, 6URX246, 8MFJ736, 8ETC390, CA22F47 paper, 4BV3. I can't see that one. CB22S25 paper, 07839F1, 7BTS062, 7USK653, 8PIB651, 8MLP593, 16771L2, 4JBX132, 6ZYG807, 85369R2, 8WHW022, 7GVA520, 7F62420, 7KEH661, 7KXC539, 6SPJ174, 6XDP875, 6UGJ050, 6ETP311, 7GBJ336, 71755Y1, 6EDD086, 8RTW611, 7CKW603, 6LBZ885, 92340Y2, 80728H3. That's Southwest Mobile. These are minions who are crossing path under a deliberately placed light source. And as I was pointing out in the video, I want to be clear, you're paying attention to, you see the light activity by what is the creation of shadows. The demons that are security paving, a company engaging in state surveillance, 6337172. In addition to the people of the state whose license plate I'm reciting, they are acting as one entity. This is the demon-possessed population. And the criminal conduct that the demon-possessed are engaging in on behalf of the state of California is surveillance. They are monitoring with communication devices. And as I showed yesterday, I showed you what was just the manifestation of what is engineered light that appeared on the ground, on the vehicles of Herc Rentals while they are intentionally in the path, creating audible activity under the guise of what is doing construction work. It is the elements of monitoring. This is the same light activity you're looking at. It's a different color. It's appearing on what is the sidewalk, on the wall beside me, patches of what is directed light. This is the same exact engineered light. It is more clear for you to recognize when you are seeing it just manifesting out of nowhere in the shade, all right, on the sidewalk. I want to be clear, the ability for me to capture that, the presence of that, it is not different from the direct light that you see on tops of buildings, which you are more inclined to accept as, oh, that's sunlight. No, it's not sunlight. Engineered light also is that which I've shown you, creating multiple shadows, upside down shadows, enlarged shadows. That's which is what you're looking at. Their vehicles are enlarged in size. Their shadows of their vehicles are reaching to the opposite sides of the road, touching onto buildings. This is the in reverse with regard to directed light. When they're touching me with directed light, flashing directed light that moves across the street, across buildings, this is the same conduct over and over again. You're looking at the same iteration, this impossible conduct with what is light. It's entirely demonic, okay? But you are understanding that that same exact patch of light that you see on the Herc Rentals vehicle, that you see on the ground, that's creating a shadow in front of me, which is necessarily speaking to the manifestation of light that's coming from behind me, even though there's nothing back behind me that will be creating light. I'm facing what's supposed to be the sun, which I'm also showing you is not possibly the sun at that time of day where I'm at. All right, and so in the same way this morning where I'm at the Papa John's, and I'm showing you a patch of what is orange color directed light. You're seeing it on the sidewalk, on the ground, on the side of the wall. You're seeing my shadow that's appearing in that. This is the same exact engineered light that's covering the grounds everywhere. It is not sunlight. It is the same engineered light. In the same way that this is not the actual sun, and I'm speaking to what is not the actual sun, based on what is the following with this light source, that is absolutely unnatural. It's a scientific impossibility, and it's entirely, in direct conflict with everything with regard to the sun that we've studied, that we've learned about, that we're told about, the sun that's supposedly going through what is this global warming transition, this climate change causing this. This is not the case. And this is not the case based on what is documentation as I've shown it. And you're talking about what is walking in the direction north on a specific street. And my documentation showing what is the maintenance, not only at a different time, different hour. You're talking about as I am documenting this light source that maintains central presence over me and over any building that I'm inside of. And that is for the duration of the day. And that is on a specific street, which is speaking to the non-movement, which is an impossibility with regard to the sun that we're supposedly told about, all right? That's a star that's constantly, moving around. No, it's not. And not moving around just in any willy-nilly direction like I show, where the entity is keeping the light source over me as I walk east and west on one specific street like Hope Boulevard, and the light source remains right there off of Hope Boulevard till the end of the day. All right, you're talking about what is the documentation of stalking, following with the light source, and remaining with the light source. This light source is the source of what is, first of all, with regard to the spiritual context, which is directly relevant, this is demonic conduct. This is the presence, this supernatural conduct, this impossible conduct. This is demonic. All right, and second of all, you're talking about what is the source of this engineered light. All right, but again, this is demonstrated when you're talking about the demon that drove by in a school bus this morning. They were in the shade. I was walking in the shade. This is demonic conduct by the people of the state, and this is the conduct of Satan. You're talking about the manifestation of light, where there is not even the guides which demons depend on. They are relying on the fact, oh, this is the sun, and that's sunlight. This is literally what they're relying on. And all I've done is breaking down, no, that's not sunlight. That's not normal light. That's not the conduct of what would be sunlight. And that's not the sun either, not possibly the sun. All right, so you're breaking down that entire guise under which the demon possessed are stalking. You are stalking in an unnatural environment. That unnatural environment is there because you are maintaining presence. You're maintaining presence on behalf of an entity. The entity's pattern of conduct is one of stalking, monitoring with communication devices. And the people of the state are of a specific condition, very, very demented with regard to their stalking with noise, with regard to their being present while this weird light activity coexists, while this conduct, while you've got multiple shadows all around, while you have what is patches of light just appearing on the sidewalk out of nowhere, on the side of buildings and on the side of vehicles, while they're supposed to be distinct and separate from that conduct, from that phenomenon, just engaging in what is something that has nothing to do with you. They're demons and they're engaging in what is presence. They are stalking. They are stalking unbeknownst to you. All right, but for documentation, this is revealing of what is that system. That system is entirely demonic. This is demonic activity. This demonic activity is criminal. It is criminal. It is not the exercise of any religious rights under the Constitution at all. This demonic activity is premised upon the violation of the constitutional and human rights of American citizens, while the government is doing it through American citizens. All right, it is the most malicious system that one can fathom. So, well, you can't even fathom it. You have to document it because it is unfathomable. But that is the nature of what is demonic. So it's currently 7:16 a.m., 7 DGM 782. And the entity, I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue, so. And I want to document that passing the ARCO at 193 South Euclid Avenue. The train activity is a means of facilitation. That's audible noise. License 7BUU 512, 8HRL 309, 8XZM 191, 7959 5T2. Maintaining presence as a people, a whole bunch of demons going to whatever venue is open, engaging in business if necessary. They are stalking. And that's why an entire environment is following as you go. All right, and you are also understanding, getting past what is a superficial guise. When you are talking about what is not possibly the sun that's remaining over you, patches of light that are surrounding you, when you are revealing what is not possibly the sun at earlier times of the day, later times of the day, supplementing for what is not the central presence over your head by creating patches of light around you. Let me be clear. You are not concerned about getting or rushing off to work. This is not a buildup of traffic about something else. This is stalking. Intentionally driving on a specific street, being at a corner, at an intersection, at a gas station, wherever it is that is around. That's what this is about. These are the demon possessed, and that's what they are consumed with. This is demonic activity, as opposed to what is the fallacy of what is free, civilized society, people going about their business. No, they're not. They're stalking. All right? In other words, they're not concerned about making coffee at Starbucks and pumping gas at ARCO. Okay? They are monitoring with communication devices while I am surrounded with patches of light on the ground and on the sidewalk out of nowhere. You're just supposed to not notice that. I'm pointing it out to you because you need to pay attention. This is demonic activity. And those companies, those people are engaging in knowledge of who you are. This is the conduct of what are the demon possessed. The demon possessed in that demonic environment know who you are, where you're at. They're monitoring you. Okay, and so you're talking about what is, they're not concerned about making coffee drinks. They know exactly where you are at, and it is simultaneously underway while you are under the guise of focused on making a coffee drink at Starbucks in relevant position. They're not focused on doing construction work. Those demons, while there's patches of directed light on their vehicle, on the sidewalk where I am walking, while they are using those vehicles as the flashing light in the path, while a fake sun, it is not possibly the actual sun, is over my head, they're not focused on drilling the ground. They're stalking. You're just not supposed to be aware of those details that surround you. All right? It is not about what it looks like on the outside. This is demonic activity. The demon-possessed are an obsessed population, demented in every regard. And so you're talking about what is not about traffic. As I'm documenting these hundreds of license plates, you're talking about what is the form that the demon-possessed use. This is about, the rush hour. Everybody's trying to get to work. This is what this is about. No, it does not change that same impossible element, which is with regard to directed light, which covers the ground, which you are seeing. It's the same engineered light that I showed you at Papa John's across from Starbucks this morning on the sidewalk. That covered the entire freeway while those demons are crossing paths repeatedly as a large group. It's not different. They are covered in directed light while they're driving on the freeway, the 10 freeway, in both directions. They're monitoring with communication devices. All right, and so that's what I'm speaking to. You're talking about whether it's the directed light that you see while a large truck, and let me be clear, the entity that is monitoring the documentation, but it is unpersuasive, it doesn't matter. You can drive by in a large truck with matte paint, matte spelled M-A-T-T-E, in other words, dull. All right, you're talking about what has nothing to do with the type of paint or the surface with regard to the manifestation of directed light. Let me be clear, the entity that is monitoring the documentation at the moment of a specific time, for example, 7:35, they're sitting there scared to death, trying to create what is the outward form for what is their demonic conduct. That's all the demon-possessed are concerned with, trying to provide what is a natural explanation for what is the conduct that I'm speaking out, that I'm pointing out to you, and it's demonic, it's abnormal. So that is having a shiny truck, a shiny vehicle, as the explanation for what is substantial directed light all around on the ground. It's not an explanation. First of all, you're going to pay attention to the remaining light while shade covers it. In other words, if this is coming from light hitting the vehicle, then when vehicles are driving into that light, creating shade, you see the manifestation of that light that remains. Second of all, this is demonic, and you're talking about the entity engaging in what is conduct that it is able to engage in and restrain from. Third of all, you're talking about what is the conduct that is occurring. I have shown you this directed light conduct when you are not visibly present under what is supposed to be the appearance of the sun, meaning engaging in what is terrorism and molestation with directed light under the guise of, it's reflection of sunlight. And I'm just providing that because it's impossible any way you want to flip it. Sunlight does not bounce off of surfaces and engage in ricocheting. Whether you want to drive by in a shiny vehicle, which the intent of doing that, as you see in my video yesterday, the intent in doing that as they're anticipating my documentation, you are talking about what is a means of engaging in what is massive light activity creation. All right, you're talking about what is the use of a shiny vehicle in engineered light. Oh yes, absolutely, in engineered light. That's not normal light. That's not sunlight, and sunlight is not ricocheting off of surfaces and creating that same pattern of conduct. There is no explanation with regard to the hundreds of vehicles where I'm documenting the people of the state who are not driving shiny vehicles with metals surrounding all over, which is supposed to be some surface explanation for directed light. It's not. It's occurring while they're driving in the shade. It is the sustenance of light while they are stalking in the path, in other words, while that ongoing pattern of what is the maintenance of a light source that is not possibly the sun always coexists. This directed light conduct also occurs at nightfall, where there is no fake sun directly over my head. So I'm only speaking to that because I want to point out to you what is, this is dealing with the demonic. And the demonic are very sick, demented psychopaths who are obsessed. They're engaged in what is conduct that has been concealed to a point it's not anymore. And you're talking about what is literally engaging in fruitless and futile fighting. That's only fighting with regard to trying to engage in obstruction of justice, trying to engage in what is conduct, like I showed you yesterday, driving by in a shiny truck. That is the intent to engage in what is terrorism with regard to what is the directed light conduct. You're driving behind a shiny truck in engineered light. All right, sunlight does not appear in patches just on the sides of vehicles, just out of nowhere on the ground. I've documented this, and I documented it again this morning. You're looking at that. It's the same engineered light that's covering all over the buildings and all over the ground. This is not sunlight, and that's not the sun. It's engineered light. So I want to be clear, driving by in a vehicle painted in all matte black, the same directed light, because it has nothing to do with the type of paint, nothing to do with the color, nothing to do with the shininess, has nothing to do with even reflection of sunlight, which is not creating ricocheting light conduct. Ricocheting light conduct that is dynamic. You've seen these demons as they cross path while light is shooting onto walls. This is what you saw yesterday at the Upland City Hall. That has nothing to do with any shiny vehicle. Light that's moving around dynamic on the asphalt, that has nothing to do with their shiny. These are demons. They're stalking the path with light. So I just want to point that out. So anyway, the entity is surrounded with such evidence and engaging in what is that obsessive stalking conduct and what is that environment, as I reveal that in every way that you can address or try to question or reason. There is no reasoning with regard to what is clearly not the sun. All right, and it's not based on what is its presence over me in the city of Upland, and it remains present on the same street in Upland, visible, capable of being captured hours later in the afternoon on the same street, going in the same direction, north, whereas the actual sun is supposedly in constant orbit, not just remaining in what is San Bernardino County, by the way, on what is literally two main streets, Holt Boulevard and Euclid, depending on what day and where I'm going, and remaining until the end of the day, which is how I'm able to capture what's supposed to be a sunset. That is impossible. I'm not going to be able to capture on one street in San Bernardino County what's supposed to be the beginning of the day and also the end of the day. That is, by definition, the non-movement of a light source. It is an impossibility. Take a step back and pay attention to what I'm documenting. That is impossible. And it is speaking to what is literally asinine. By virtue of this conduct, you are talking about what is the suggestion that the light source is maintaining omnipresence. And so, in other words, it is remaining present, visible all day long over the building of Upland Public Library in San Bernardino County in Southern California, and maintaining presence directly over any other location where I'm speaking to, where I'm located. For example, it is present as I am standing at the property of Fontana Lewis Library. That is present while you're at that property. You will see the light source remaining for the duration of the day over the roof. All right, or if you walk to the Spring Street, it's no longer over the roof. You could suddenly see it through the window, and it is at the same time maintaining presence for the duration of an entire day, at least from the point of the hours of the opening time of 10 a.m. The Upland Public Library is over that roof as well. It's maintaining presence, and I'm just giving examples of being in different cities, being inside of those venues in those specific cities, and what is speaking to documentation that is demonstrating the light source, which is not possible. It's maintaining visible presence to everyone over those distinctly different locations at the same time all day long. All right, that is not the case, and that is impossible. All right, and that is the common sense breakdown of that. So the entity is engaging in this conduct, and that's exactly what the documentation reveals. And by the way, Fontana to Ontario is also remaining in San Bernardino County. All right, the lawn doctor is engaging in surveillance, license 7M89523, stalking with audible activity at the venue of 323 North Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. So with regard to that is on a larger scale. You're talking about what is my documentation showing you, what is the movement of the light source. But you're talking about what is still the sun. The light source is remaining in a very specific region, visible over this region all day long. That is speaking to the exclusion with regard to it being in any other state. You're suggesting on a larger scale. Again, the light source is maintaining omnipresence over the entire country, everybody else that gets sun, while it's remaining physically present over the Upland Public Library, for example, all day long, because that's what I capture at 5:12 p.m. So it is simultaneously present over in somewhere in the state of Texas. They're able to look at it. They have a hovering light source over them as well, while it's remaining over the roof of the Upland Public Library in Upland, California all day long. And that is an impossibility. We're not looking at the same light source. And this is a matter of common sense. All right, this is a hovering light source. And not only that, you're talking about what is remaining for the duration of a day. Yesterday, you're talking about 8:30 in the morning. I'm on the property of the Upland Public Library. My documentation just on the 23rd, that's days ago, of February. The light source is still visible, aiming direct light inside of that Upland Public Library at 5:12 p.m. on this same street. And it is over the Upland Public Library right now, 7:28 a.m. as I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue. All right, that's the P.O.C. That's not the actual sun. And it is also indicated that it's not the sun while I'm showing you what is not sunlight. It's directed light. It's engineered light. 7SMJ 164. 13497G3. 7XPE 994. 145 HR handicap. 8JPP 055. 8CMG 429. 8EZP 772. 7ZPV 439. Oh, it is red. 7DWE 174. That looks like Visser. Or is this student transportation? Yeah, that's Visser bus services. License 8YVX 108. 8FNX 492. And I did capture images right now while I'm standing at the intersection of Arrow and Euclid Avenue at 7:30 a.m. It's 7:30 right now. I just took those still images. I took a picture of the street signs. You can see this is the same street sign that I took a picture of after walking through the neighborhood of what are the people of the state living off of Arrow Highway, and walking down what are the streets where the entity kept a fake sun over me. This is at later hours in the day. This is around the 10 o'clock hour, as I showed in video, that I had not yet, I believe it was like 10:30 in the morning, I had not yet walked to the opposite side of the street to get to the property of the Upland Public Library, and I was showing you the fake sun that remained right over me at the street sign. So I want to be clear, I captured it right now standing at that same intersection, and you see the Arrow Highway. The fake sun is directly over the Upland Public Library, whereas at that time at 10, it's after the 10 o'clock hour. You're going to pay attention. These are the nuances in your understanding what is stalking with the fake sun, as you even see what is the different locations. And it's over me at the street sign on this previous day that I'm referencing, because I came from a different direction. All right, so the direction that I came from is controlling the fact that it is at the 10 o'clock, after 10 o'clock in the morning, which I believe it's around 10:35. The light source is directly over my head while I'm standing at that same intersection where I just took a picture right now, showing you the fake sun that's over the Upland Public Library. It's specifically over the Upland City Hall, which is adjacent to the Upland Public Library, and doing so based on the location that I'm coming from, because I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue. The fake sun is moving north, remaining in alignment with me in this direction. When I'm walking what is east on Arrow Highway, like I was on this previous day, and I'm pointing out how the fake sun remained over me as I was documenting the people of the state of California. And I printed out a list of the people of the state and their third-party facilitating venues where they live, where the pattern of conduct was underway, and the light source at 10:30 in the morning is on the opposite side of the street. It is equally impossible, and this is also documentation speaking to what is not possibly the sun over that property at 7:30 in the morning, and in conflict with what it is being on the opposite side of the street at 10:30. What sort of migration is that? When I'm inside of the library at 10:30, it's over the library. All right, and that's what I was pointing out on that day. You see how the light source is not even over the building. It's right over me right here at the street sign of Arrow. That's what I was pointing out on that day. It's over the Upland Public Library, keeping in alignment with me as I'm walking north. It is still over me. You're talking about what is moving as I move. All right, if I was in a vehicle with the demon 7FJA695, the fake sun will be going in the opposite direction, that is south. And I've shown you that when I'm in vehicles. It is not the case that while that demon is driving south, the light source is remaining visible over their head while it is remaining in perfect alignment with me at the speed that I am walking very slowly north of Euclid Avenue. This is not the omnipresence of the light source that is the sun. That's not the case, and it's an impossibility. All right, you're talking about what is speaking to stalking with a light source, and it is exclusive. All right, you're talking about what is demonic. Those are demons. That's why the light source is not possibly remaining over their head, as they are crossing path with light and engineered light. And while a light source is remaining over me, as I've shown you all the conflicting ways in which the entity is stalking, and I'm showing you that it's stalking with that which is not the sun as we know it, as we've studied, as what would be possible as a matter of scientific fact. All right, alleged scientific fact. All right, and I say alleged because you're talking about what is showing again 7:30 in the morning. It's over the building where I showed you yesterday at 8:30 in the morning, where it's over the building where I have showed you while I'm inside of that venue, the Upland Public Library, at 1:02 p.m. to 10 p.m. I'm showing you while I'm inside at 4:43 p.m. and at 5:12 p.m. So that's 7:30 in the morning to 5:12 in the evening. That's an impossibility. All right, and so you're talking, it's an impossibility with regard to what is supposedly the scientific facts surrounding the sun, the presence of the sun, the movement of the sun, the conduct of the sun. That's impossible. All right, and that impossibility, as I'm documenting it's actually occurring, is speaking to what is the demonic. 5B CU 958. It is currently 7:34 a.m. and I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. Capturing video so you can see what is the fake sun that's right over me at this property of what is 803. This is the side of the street that I'm standing on. I'm standing on the side of the street opposite of the property that I've actually documented before. If I recollect correctly, this is 748 Euclid Avenue. This is the same property at 11th Street and Euclid that I documented during the 10 o'clock hour, where I'm documenting the United States Postal Service who are engaging in federal stalking, state surveillance, and terrorism with the people of the state while I'm being molested and terrorized with what is directed light while the people of the state are stalking as I remain at that intersection. It's 7:35 in the morning where I captured this video. That is video that I captured at about around I want to say during the 9 o'clock hour, as I was coming from an opposite direction, meaning I remained at the McDonald's at 100 East Hope Boulevard, where the light source is following me in this direction, and the entity maintains the light source over me at this at this intersection, which is what I capture right now. And I'm speaking to the ongoing impossibility with regard to knowledge that this is not the actual sun. Regardless of what your eyes are looking at, you are witnessing the demonic. And so it is using your mind, using your ability to reason, and with regard to what is combating what it is that your eyes see, because you are looking at a light source. And it is indeed an impossibility while I'm pointing out what are facts, which you are aware of, which is common sense, not possibly the sun. And you are looking at that light source. So as you are witnessing the impossibility with your own eyes, you are understanding what is the demonic. All right, and so it is an impossibility that would actually be the sun. And then I'm also reminding you about where I'm at the same time in the city of Ontario, by the way. I mean, in polar opposite locations. 7:35 in the morning at Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario at Holt and Vineyard, and at what is 630 North Fern. And the entity, what you're paying attention to is also the engineered light, the directed light, while I'm documenting the fake sun at those locations. I also documented the light source over the Ovid Family Community Library at 7:34 in the morning, which I documented, and I'm pointing out, I'm reminding you about this in this video as I capture the fake sun over me in the city of Upland after walking past the Upland Public Library. And that's significant because this is supposed to be the sun, and you're talking about what is multiple passing over by this light source going north and south as you're driving on Euclid, because Euclid Avenue runs north and south. And so while the entity is engaging in this stalking with the fake sun, it is significant as what is supposed to be the sun is engaging in an ongoing migration, vacillating back and forth north and south over the property of the Upland Public Library. All right, and so it's currently 7:43 a.m. That's the video that I captured. This is P.O.C. License 8GXU066, 8PWP023, FAITHX3. License 7EPY228, 8XYK106, 6HKS416. Vertex crossing path going westbound on Foothill right now at 4:46 a.m. License 7JJX021, 8WPF438, and that is Student Transportation of America, the 7JJX license plate. 28456B3. License 7ZGPV939, 8ARE603. 6ZZS538, 7RGD286, 7AKN003, 7ZZY, 7ZZY118, 8JMJ318, 73202G1, 8CCS265, 92376N1, 6UXP195. It is 7:47 a.m. 8EDA775, 7YSG 751, I believe. XO50JO. They're monitoring with BirdTech, who's in the middle of the parking lot of Chase, creating audible activity. These demons are riding around in directed light. 8LAK296, 7EHW589. This is in the parking lot of Vaughn's. 7HEW358. It is 7:49 a.m. License 7ACY191. All right, and what you see is surveillance. You've got a license, let me see, 6YFK602. You see what is BirdTech, which is maintaining light activity using that dumpster truck. This is exactly what BirdTech was doing. Are you gonna go? This is a white-faced minion, license 6YFK602, monitoring with BirdTech. While this is exactly what BirdTech was doing while they were engaged in kidnapping, monitoring while an ongoing kidnapping was underway, being in relevant position, using that dumpster truck as audible activity and light activity in the parking lot of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court while the sheriff was engaging in this demonic conduct. This is surveillance, 8CPH233, who were doing the exact same conduct, okay? This is the pattern of conduct underway, 4ZAS982. This is the same company, BirdTech Waste Management, 7EMS859. License 8YDT453. License 7FMD254. License 5XBH096. 8JBR566. 8JJR936. And you have what is an exceptionally irate minion, this white-faced demon, who's stalking 7MBJ091 while I'm walking around in the asphalt. I'm disregarding her because I'm speaking to what is federal prison for these for these third parties. 80604X2, engaging in the same exact conduct while an ongoing kidnapping by entity was underway. The same exact demonic behavioral pattern, using company vehicles to do so, which is a threat to your life, engaging in this demonic conduct, which is surveillance, while an ongoing kidnapping is underway. 6RTY986, 7WOV452. It's currently 7:51 a.m. Ready. You've got the ongoing demonic formula, audible activity and engineered light at the Vaughn's parking lot at 7:51 a.m. This is not the sun that's over me. This is engineered light, and BirdTech Waste Management is creating audible activity and directed light while that demon opens up the door. License 6SDH305. And this license of BirdTech is license 70817V2. That's P.O.C. All right, you're talking about what is specific knowledge with regard to what is directed light. It's impossible light activity. It is also speaking to what is specific knowledge of who you are. These are demons who are stalking while this impossible light activity surrounds as they cross path. This is the conduct that companies such as BirdTech Waste Management engaged in while I was being molested with directed light, while being kidnapped, 6LEG483, while I was being kidnapped. And they're engaging in using that company vehicle as a means of light activity in relevant position at the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. So that's the significance of that. All right, it's currently 6:52 a.m. License plate, BT00H16, that's the paper plate. Capturing the fake sun at 7:52 in the morning, and just reminding you about not only the places where I'm at the same time, including the B&G Plaza, where the light source is right over the Shiro's Liquor. The light source is also documented as I arrive on a later time on January 20th, 2022. And the fake sun is over this parking lot because I got on Route 66 and got off at this plaza, which I captured on video upon my arrival. I captured on video as I remain in the parking lot of Vaughn's. The fake sun is over my head. This is later in the day. It is 7:52 in the morning right now, and that is documentation of what is the light source that is not already present here. It is following me en route to this location, and I am documenting the people of the state in Upland, California on that day at a later time, speaking to the impossibility of this light source being the sun. All of this you are recalling while I'm showing you what is the fake sun right now at 7:50. Well, right now it's 7:58, but I captured that video at 7:52 while that light source is over me, and the cockroaches that are the demon-possessed people of the state, including in commercial vehicles, including license 7FMD254, who's group stalking while I'm capturing that video, while the light source is over this same parking lot, okay? That's the significance of that. It's currently 6:58 a.m., 6BMM346, license 8YDT453, 7ATA062, directed light across Vaughn's, while these demons, just like FedEx were on January 20th, looking all perplexed under a fake sun. That's the malice of the demon-possessed. All right, that's the terrorism, that's the psychopath and the sex offender. all right, that's touching you with directed light while they're demons, engaging in that conduct, 39000V2 for ZAS 982, but don't like to be documented while their demon possession is revealed and their criminal activity is documented for their prosecution. 8WZN 607, 78JR 769, 6VSP 933. It is currently 7:59 a.m. This is P.O.C. I'm going to show you student transportation, group stalking in the parking lot. This is a white woman wearing a blue sleeve t-shirt, license 7NAK328, and touching with directed light while she's crossing the path. Minions inside of Vons are surrounding in relevant position in directed light. And inside of the Vons, I've documented Vons, they're sex offenders. It's the same exact demon possession, stalking while I'm looking for a sandwich. I'm showing this demon that's stalking in operation their communication devices. They're all surrounding around. I'm pointing out last night while I'm standing in line at 7-Eleven. This is the hovering conduct of the demon possessed, hovering around you in line, everywhere that you're going, walking in with directed light, stalking in the path, sitting at the machines that surround, they're stalking in the path while directed lights all over the building. They're psychopaths. They're cockroaches. Overweight ones with bad skin, stalking alike. It is currently 8:04 a.m. What's your guys' name? You're Nancy. What's your name?
Veronica.
Veronica. They're group stalking at register, self-checkout register. The light source is over and directed light is flashing inside of the store. I just completed a purchase at 8:06 a.m. This is P.O.C. Is it your job? Can you describe, do you guys have a photo shoot going on in here? Do you know where that light's coming on flashing inside of your store? How would that occur when you've got that covering up? Doesn't that block out sunlight? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Flashing light. You guys got cameras over here somewhere? Flashing light?
We have 53 cameras.
Yeah, I know. These don't flash light though, right, Nancy? I don't think so. That's not part of your job. Okay, thank you. 5UJK433. That's a minion maintaining presence just like Nancy and Veronica are inside of the Vons. All right, so I want to be clear. That's what I'm speaking to while they're standing next to me at the register. They're group stalking. All right, and then the minions act stupid with regard to, first of all, when I'm identifying them as the pattern of conduct, as I've applied a nomenclature, all right, a naming convention to what is the demonic activity and the criminal conduct by a people who are acting on behalf of the state. And by the way, they're not ignorant to what is group stalking. These demons are monitoring my documentation, so they know exactly what I'm talking about. But let me be clear. You have what is group stalking, NEATOBG, group stalking. What's that? While you have what is flashing light inside of the store, which I've captured on video. I've already shown this. And you have what is the fake sun as I walk out, and I'm showing you pictures of group stalker by Student Transportation of America, a sex offender that's following. That's exactly what the documentation reveals. They are pursuing me from place to place, while they are demons driving school buses with a child in the vehicle, touching me, sexually touching my person. You're touching on my body while you're stalking under the fake sun over the same Vons that is present during the 11 o'clock hour as I document on January 20th. That's what student transportation is engaging in. While the fake sun is over your property and you're acting stupid while you're monitoring my documentation about what is group stalking. You can call it whatever you want. I know that is not sunlight, and they're not having a photo shoot, which she is impliedly admitting while she chooses not to answer a common sense question. No, they're not having a photo shoot. And no, that's not sunlight that's flashing on the inside of the depths of your store while you're standing around stalking at a register, thinking that you could do so in plain sight. I'm going to prosecute Nancy and Veronica. They're representing Vons. 8YAC120, 7YWR224, 55148S2. That's terrorism that's underway inside of the store. Psychopaths who are demon-possessed, pacing all around, maintaining presence all around, getting in whatever line that they can in order to maintain presence while I'm inside of that store. They are the patches of cockroaches that they act like. That's exactly what they are. 8YMM924. Herds and herds and herds of demons. Herds of them. You could deal with them by the masses with federal prosecution. License plate K944A0, 6EKA292, 5SVT359, 31346E1, CHNCH4X, 8WEL974, 6NME084, I believe. 8YMM924, 8YCG265, 5EXW014, 55148S2, 7YWR274, 8YAC120, 346LL handicap, BATVAN1, 8XQU592, Brightview crossing path, 4YPM647, 60662E3, Hart, D-J-E-T-E-R. City of Upland, group stalking at this intersection. I'm at Foothill and Euclid Avenue still, and it's 8:13 in the morning. Let's see, 7ZPL 882, I believe. Oh, go ahead. License plate 8TLT617, 6WPU 820, 6Y21348. I'm capturing what is the light source that remains over me in the city of Upland at 8:13, which is the time I used to show what is not the actual sun that's possibly over the museum. And it's not at the same time. You're talking about what is in no way the conduct or presence or the omnipresence of a light source, which is supposed to be the sun, while it is today maintaining that same central presence over me in a different city, the city of Upland, and doing so while I am showing what is not the sun, while I remain stationary in the city of Ontario, maintaining central presence. There is no relativity with regard to the distance in my differing and being placed in different cities. It is maintaining presence central over my head, showing what is movement necessarily, so to maintain that central presence, stalking, in other words, with light. And you're also looking at what is, when you are looking at that vantage point, also looking at what is the engineered light. That is what is creating the light that manifests on the ground, which is not the conduct of sunlight. Sunlight does not ricochet, does not move onto buildings, move all across your person. That's engineered light, which demons are intentionally present in to engage in what is monitoring with communication devices. And as you saw in that video, demons driving vehicles representing the municipality, driving their own vehicles, they are demon possessed the same. And today in Upland, California, the fake sun is over me, the same intersection where I'm showing you and reminding you about the light source remaining stationary over the Ontario Museum, where from the Ontario Museum I go to what is the B&G Plaza, remaining, for example, on February 27th in the city of Ontario. License 6UOU699. That is not coexisting. It's an impossibility. And so when I give you examples such as not leaving from one address all day long, it's to show you what is not the omnipresence of the light source. It is not present remaining over the Upland Public Library all day long on the day where I go nowhere near the Upland Public Library and I've remained, for example, at 630 North Fern inside of the vehicle on that street. It's not coexisting, remaining there all day long. I documented that, and you're looking at what is remaining with a fake sun, a light source. And that's where you are seeing what you are looking at on an ongoing basis. But you see it very, very clearly when you see that patch of light appearing out of nowhere on the sidewalk and on the ground. You're seeing very clearly what you're looking at on an ongoing basis. The grounds are covered. Everything is covered with what is engineered light. It's not sunlight. It's engineered light. All right. You are looking at when I remain at an address all day long, and you see from what is documentation of 9:35 in the morning until 5:12 p.m. That's remaining all day long, an impossibility. You are seeing what is highlighted for you, what you are always looking at all the time, following with the light source and remaining with the light source. I give examples where I'm honing in on that, and you are seeing very, very clearly through vivid examples like that. And so you're talking about what is not remaining in Ontario, at a specific address in Ontario, walking up and down one street, which is going in opposite directions on one street all day, and keeping a light source till the end of the day where I'm still looking at this light object and showing you while it's in alignment with me. And you're talking about what is going to the city of Upland, engaging in what is, in other words, a grand departure. And that is not coexisting with being present and remaining for the duration of the day, visible while I'm in the city of Ontario. That documented conduct that I published with regard to my presence on February 27, 2022, for example. All right, so you're talking about the very specific conduct and following and remaining with a light source that is not possibly the sun, and it's not even sunlight that these demons are surrounding in. All right, license 7S67142, group stalking in the Upland Village. That's Frontier Communications. 3990083, 8REW127, 8HJV041, 4HHC698, 8TPU759, 5GVW 795, 7TPH125, 8XXU056, 7WBA878. JYD151, 7 8JTG100, 7SMM643, 8SYZ246, 7MPB255, 9334OG2. These are demons using shopping carts at the 99-cent store where the fake sun is hovering over the entrance, which is not present over anywhere near the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. 7BTY474. All right, this demon, this is an old bag of bones who's group stalking while they're pushing around shopping carts. Her loud phone is suddenly heard as I snap a picture of the fake sun that's over her car while she's stalking. This is again 7BTY474. That's the stalking with audible activity. That's the conduct of a demon. And it's also the presence of a demon in what is directed light under a fake sun. It is currently 8:20 a.m. and this is the third-party facilitating venue, the 99-cent store that I already documented, terrorizing with directed light inside of the venue. And I'm referencing the surveillance cameras. It's 8:20 a.m. This is P.O.C. Hi, Alicia. Alicia is engaged in federal stalking and engaging in terrorism inside of the 99-cent store where flashing directed lights occurring inside. It's currently 8:21 a.m. Gardaworld is monitoring in the bathroom as I'm walking through amplified audible activity, and you see the minion in position in front of the bathroom. This is a sex offender, okay? He's monitoring a woman who's going into the restroom with a company. They're demons alike, monitoring on communication devices. Gardaworld, which I captured an image of, license 94880A1, engaging in ongoing monitoring while my panties are down. This is the sex offender. This is exactly how you're going to prosecute the people. It's 8:39 a.m. at McDonald's. 8:44 a.m. This is the private space, monitoring in the private space. This is what's the address here? 100 East Foothill Boulevard, McDonald's? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is an employee just stalking in the bathroom. It's 8:44 a.m. Got a African-American minion, okay? Looks like a minion too, with that weird hair while she's stalking somebody, monitoring with a communication device while I'm in the bathroom. They're listening to me brush my teeth. This is how pathetic demons are. 7VSD253. But understand, they're also listening to me pull my panties up and down, listening to everything that's going on inside of that private space. That's the conduct of a sex offender, a very disturbed one. License 8TNE949. And this is the reality of federal group stalking and monitoring. This conduct is shared by a people, done on behalf of a government. 07767T2, 852KM, 8NWT717, 8LEK754, 8ZAM270, 6JVW446. It's 8:51 a.m. Show you what's the fake sun right here over the edge of the McDonald's. 7ABS479 has been group stalking in a drive-through, a demon aware of what I'm doing in a bathroom, and also a demon monitoring on a communication device. A sex offender, all right, a psychopath. License 6JVW466, maintaining presence at the front of the parking lot. 00652K2, crossing paths with directed light, and all under the fake sun. 40685D2. This is the demon driving in the parking lot driveway of McDonald's, directed light while they make that turn around the building. They're stalking. 8808N, that's handicap. This is P.O.C. It's currently 8:52 a.m. Go on ahead, minion. All right, what you'll recall yesterday at 8:30 in the morning, where am I at? I'm asking a question I don't already know the answer to. You're paying attention because you are necessarily paying attention as I'm revealing the stalking with light. The devil is in the details. I'm revealing demonic activity. The light source remained stationary over the Upland Public Library yesterday while I am at 8:30 in the morning. Remember, I captured video and I referenced the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department, who you see under the fake sun in its essence, demonstrating demon possession while they are stalking with a third party who's driving that car while the fake sun is in Ontario at the same time. 8:30, it's not coexisting while you see that fake sun making a turn as the vehicle makes a turn. 8:30 yesterday, I'm at the Upland Public Library. I'm walking out of the McDonald's at 100 East Foothill Boulevard. This demon that is stalking, license 8 SIR789, while I'm standing here at the driveway. At 8:30 in the morning, the entity is keeping the fake sun over the Upland Public Library, where it remains, by the way, until the end of the day. That is also what is phenomenal about that documentation of showing what is not the actual sun and not possibly the sun. As I just go to the same venue at an earlier time, and you're remembering what is as late as I'm documenting it, you're understanding what is not possibly the sun. So like I said, you have what is the entity that keeps a fake sun over the Upland Public Library while I go to McDonald's today, which is the light source. It's directly, you see it right over the edge of the building of the McDonald's. That's not coexisting with remaining present over the Upland Public Library. Neither coexist at the same time. The entity is moving the light source, and it's right there. Not only is this necessarily movement, it's not present at the same time. So in other words, what is the significance of what I continue to point out to you? While I remain at one address yesterday at this time between 8:30 a.m. and 10 a.m. when I entered the library, I'm capturing video at 9:35 because I'm still standing at that same property. All right, you see the fake sun, you see the demons driving by, you see directed light on the ground, on the asphalt, on the building of the Upland City Hall. They're demonstrating that they're demon possessed. All right, the demon possessed are always true to form. They cannot hide that condition. All right, it is something that you are able to witness with objective evidence with which you can also prosecute because they're engaging in terrorism while they're engaged in surveillance with the government. JAC 1987. So I want to be clear, this is where I'm at. And that's speaking to what is the video from 8:30 a.m. until 9:35 a.m. And let me be clear, 8:52 a.m., the light source is remaining over me at that address at 450 North Euclid Avenue, 460 North Euclid Avenue. The Upland City Hall is right. It's the same property, essentially. You're talking about what is the entity placed in the fake sun. You see it in the image. It's right there over the edge of the McDonald's entrance, right where I'm standing, in other words. Okay. In addition to that, you have what is the light source as I'm capturing it at 8:52 a.m. while I'm in the city of Ontario. So I'll give you an example. The fake sun is over me in the city of Ontario while I'm walking north on Plum Avenue. I'm walking toward the Ovid Family Community Library because I'm going to capture video, which I did at 9:02 a.m., which I've also used repeatedly as an example showing what is stalking with the fake sun, keeping central presence, the same presence in its zenith, if you will, over my head while I'm in Pomona, while I'm in Fontana, while I'm in Ontario, while I'm in Upland. That is stalking with the fake sun. And then in addition, the documentation of how that light source at those venues remains all day long. How is it ever in Pomona if it remains, as a matter of documentation, every hour of the day over the city of Fontana, when I'm in Fontana at the Fontana Lewis Library? And I documented that through what is the same time of year documentation using time of day. And I've shown what is every hour I've documented. This is documentation that is already published. It is analysis that is available. I have not specifically isolated my published documentation so that you can see it with regard to look at what I've documented in its totality at Fontana Lewis Library. I have not done that yet, okay? But it exists, all right? I've already published it, all right? And so you're talking about what is at no time, if this was the actual sun, is it ever going to be over the Pomona Regional Transit Center to be over my head, that is, in addition to that. But I documented that. And you know why? Because it's not the actual sun. That's why on a random day when I go to Pomona, all of a sudden the light source is maintaining central presence over me en route to that location. This is what I'm speaking of. The documentation that is demonstrating what is an impossibility. The actual sun is not an omnipresent light source that is remaining over everyone at the same time, everywhere that you're going, every which direction that you're going, which you are also seeing through my documentation. While it remains over me and minions, as I get off of the bus that identifies the minions, that is the company of Omnitrans, where's that fake sun? It's no longer necessarily in movement as that bus is going street for street and turn for turn. That light source is not stationary while it's maintaining that central presence through the windows of that bus. It is stationary over me as I then get off of that bus. All right? That is clearly seen through what is the documentation. That is the conduct of that which is not omnipresent. And you would be able to tell the difference, by the way, if the actual sun was such an object maintaining ubiquitous presence. And by the way, that would be keeping what is the, you're talking about what is ubiquitous presence. Again, the United States is not, the state of California, which is in the United States, is not the center of the universe. You're talking about what would be the case for the rest. You're talking about for an entire part of a hemisphere. All right, that's not the case. That's not even the case on the East Coast. It's not even the case between California and Nevada, okay? So like I said, the entity is placed its fake sun in at 8:52 a.m. as I'm showing it piercing over the edge right over me above my head, whereas yesterday I remained at the Upland Public Library. You're also gonna remember when I'm in Ontario at 8:52 a.m. and the fake sun is directly over me. You see it over the Ontario Town Square townhomes. And you see what is also that pattern of what is engineered light as my shadow is upright, elevated on the building of Metro 102 Apartments. And I'm waving in that shadow, just light manifesting out of nowhere. That's not light that's occurring from sunlight. That's engineered light. And the fake sun is over the street of Plum, over my head, over the apartments that are Ontario Town Square townhomes. Not over the city of Upland, not over the building, not visible seen over the McDonald's at 100 East Foothill, where they are stalking in the bathroom, where I have multiple shadows in that bathroom, while they are stalking, patrolling in and out. And Garter World, a sex offender, is engaging in that facilitation of sexual violence. Omnitrans license 1234524. All right, so that's what I'm pointing out, and this is what I'm speaking to, where you're seeing what is relevant positioning, and I'm reading their license plates. That's why the fake sun is there. Surveillance is underway, and the demon-possessed are those that are engaged in surveillance. The demon-possessed are those that are violent sex offenders while they engage in surveillance in a private space, and on behalf of a government that has no business engaging in surveillance in the United States, We have constitutional rights. Whether the government treats that Constitution as fecal matter or not, they nonetheless exist, and it is the expectation that the government abide by that, and that is the right to prosecute and create additional legislation, and that's exactly what it is that I'm demonstrating and what I'm advocating. And with regard to what is the conduct of the government, you're talking about what's not only criminal, and then everywhere, every type of criminal act and location, the threats that are posed, which are also sexually violent when you're getting into the private space, all of the information, all of that which the entity is engaging in while surveillance is underway is speaking to the ways in which you're prosecuting what is a sex offender. And it's not different because it's the government. It's even worse because it's the government. And if you were to take this conduct and apply it to an individual, you would be looking at that person like, wow, you are sick. You have issues. You have serious issues. But it's beyond that. It's a government. And the government thinking that it's clever because it's doing it through the people. Oh, no. This is the implosion of that whole malicious system. All right. And it is speaking to license 8YBN489, who are group stalking at U.S. Bank under the fake sun. That's now going back in the opposite direction on Euclid Avenue as I'm walking south down Euclid Avenue. It's 9 a.m. This is P.O.C. 6PDC 045 8PQW 259. 19936F2, 7FBK293, and 19936F2, that's Eversoft water. They're monitoring. 6KNR504 and 8WFP385. It is currently 9:05 a.m. Let me get some of these demons. CSTGRAM 7KGG175. 8VMF925, 7BWM319, 6PSV129, 27706Y1, 86117B2, 8CO4304, DBA3KF, that's Arizona, 7UEW577, 8MOL762. 8FTK 305, 8XBU 341. These are stalkers patrolling on Euclid Avenue under the fake sun. 8DFM 744 and indirect light. 8FNC 792, 89813T1, 8HCK 190. It is 9:32 a.m. 9:33 a.m. License plate 8RFE827. 7KKL566. C license 4CZZ238, 5JLD912, 8ZSF824, 7KZT648, 7MRY, can't see the rest of the one, 8BNE686, 6J55057, and UPS license 39604N2, 7UPX650, 78000C1, 8LWP586. 7TAF095. Seven ZHS311. 8KNV470 87485Y1 8F BZ152, 8GVE315, 8EWK829, 8XPJ687, 8TOJ256. The license plate of the trailer attached to license 8TOJ256. The trailer attaches license 4RG9512. License 8LNJ072, 13977M1. Converse Consultants, that's that license plate, 13977M1. License plate 6UYY822, and this is handicap 274UD. That's handicap. It's 9:36 a.m. $8JGG724. $8MIW673, BF59OV2 paper, $8WAS003, $8LIP188. $17138R2, $6XIC412, $7HWS166, $8LSW485, $8PCG932, $8BOG144, I believe, $8VWC642, $8DCV262, $7DFN480, $7ZJD506, $8AXY087, $8WUB128, $6PNW082, $8WAJ390, $49248Z1, $57796L1, Anthos Growers, US.3619675. That is license plate. They don't have a back license plate. Anthos Growers, license 4PF2617 and 4PF2618. That's a large truck with 2 licenses on it. 6UDN925, 6BQC000, BU67H31 paper, 6ZNK615, 7HJBB40, 77570F1. It's 9:38 a.m. License 7JLN095. CB67G08 paper. BM65H30 paper. 7AVE716. 7AJJ526. Public Works Department. They're serving Satan. Talking about what they're serving. They're serving Satan, not the good of the community, of the people. 1402398, 8HHN934, 8PQU280. They're serving Satan together with the rest of these minions. That's what they're serving. And I'm going to serve a federal prosecution. License plate. See, 8ERA174, 8YQN409, 85716B3. It's 9:39 a.m. BM33V78, that's paper. 7BBS323, 17921H2. License 8RCK651, 59777N1, that's advanced car stereo. License 7XEH603, 8NAR225, 6UJX566, 00071U2, 7KDP447, 7MXS212, 7KXU316, 27215C3, 8BEC699, 8EVP149, 8AIZ855, 13447U1, 8ZMG250, San Bernardino County is crossing path going southbound on Euclid Avenue right now at 9:40 a.m. Omnitrans the same, that's bus number 2360, going what is west on Arrow Highway. License 7LQM788, 8URD618, 8, yeah, I read that one already. It's 9:41 a.m. Seven CVU 719, 8 TTD 682, 5 MKS 995, 8 MDB 496, 6ZMW466, 8B22249, 7ANE548, 4FLU897, 8GVO167, 8CMW053, C463S1, that meaning had a cute dog, 5H, I can't see that one, BMVB096, 697R84 Nevada, Spectrum 04983G2, 8UPV118, 1Z76647, 8TPA095, 37217J3, excuse me, 7WNJ444, 5845, I can't really see that one. This is FedEx, license plate 35676L2, license 5MBS688. That's Metrolink. Metrolink is going eastbound. That is on surveillance cameras of the Upland Metrolink train station as well. It's 9:42 a.m. 7Y33302. Prudential Overall Supply. Crossing path. They're at the Upland Unified School District. 5DBV996. Seven Y33302. Yeah, I think I read that one already. Okay. It's 9:43 a.m. 75038P1. 7TUD786. 8K84935. 7FBT447. 7MYT090. 8CVM092. 7FNX821. 7JZM. Can't see it. You can scratch that one. 11243U2. That's UPS. The license 6JZM038. 1HOTGRL. I doubt it, minion. 7FLY796. 5RFZ450. 7JHM226. 5VQC286. 98371K2. That's Beaver's Plumbing and Router Service. Burtech is stalking in the path. They are on Euclid Avenue using that dumpster truck as light in the path. It also has flashing light on the truck. This is light activity while they're in the presence of the path. On the same side of the road at the sidewalk. That looks to be what is C Street in Euclid Avenue. License 72789K1. License 8WSA885, 8XMW903, 28171V1, 8WBF996, 7RYA399. BF15S11 paper, 8ETZ337, 8PDK178, 6DOZ931, 6PDK463, 37943E2, 5LUC808, see 8GHP110, 8GYA524 in case I didn't read that one. And let's see. It's 9:44 a.m. All right. 8VHX336, BN688 handicap, 7VPW756, TAP9523, 5YON592, 12469S2, 68517F3, FLOORSS, 8BSK787, 8XMV148, 8VSS677, 6VIA569, 8NFG877. All right, showing you what is the stationary presence of what is Burtech, stalking in the path, and you have what is a minion that's directly across the street at 477 North Euclid Avenue in Upland, California, at the intersection of Era and Euclid. MDALEX is crossing path, monitoring with both of those minions who are engaging in what is a stationary presence. So they're parking on the sidewalk, which is right next to actually what is a bus stop for Omnitrans, by the way. But there's a property, the third-party facilitating venue is 477 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. You have a minion in relevant position. This is stalking in alignment by sitting in their vehicle. Bird-Tech is engaging in what is stalking in alignment while they are on Euclid Avenue, and this is the stalking conduct by the people of the state. You're understanding what is the pattern of conduct by the demon-possessed? They're doing the same thing inside of venues. All right, so the state is keeping the fake sun over the venue. I've shown you that this is the P.O.C. that's underway. 8PVB 023, 8EBM 499, 8PEX 066, 8GHA 468, 7ZTX 370, 7XPM 527. And the entity is keeping directed light inside of the venue. This is engineered light. This is the same engineered light that is present on the sidewalk while I'm at Papa John's in the shade. All right. And this is the pattern of conduct everywhere. It's not sunlight. That's not even the sun. It is the maintenance of light around me while demons are engaging in surveillance. Outside, they're doing so in their vehicles. They're even doing so while the people of the state live in whatever address where you pay mortgage or rent. 8JGU823. The entity engaging in what is an entire operation. You're flipping that on its head. You're a stalker wherever you live because the government's engaging in surveillance through you and with you. That's a facilitating venue. That's why the fake sun and directed light is all over the property. That's why I'm being molested while you live in relevant position for the criminal purposes of the government. In addition to, so you're understanding what is the P.O.C. indoors? They're engaged in surveillance while they're sitting in the study rooms, while they're sitting at the computers, while they are on the shift at work at that facilitating venue. 1404974. That's Omnitrans Route 83. You're understanding the P.O.C. and there is no legally relevant excuse. There is no ignorance is not a claim. It's not even plausible. You're talking about what is demonic activity. 8S70408. So let's get that clear. Okay. HAPAKEA. Second of all, you're talking about and what demonic activity has a place in federal court. This demonic conduct is relevant to what is terrorism while a government has placed you under surveillance in violation of criminal law. Your demonic tactics are engaged in with the intent to achieve what is monitoring surveillance, and it is also terrorizing while you do so as a government and you do so as a people. It is an unprecedented level of a threat while you are subject to surveillance. All right. And so I want to be clear. That's exactly why the issue of demon possession, as it is core to the pattern of conduct, has every business in the federal court. It is not any separation. It is not. You are understanding what is very necessary with regard to that prosecution. So while the entity is engaged in that pattern of conduct, the entity is speaking to what is flipping that entire system on its head, and that malicious system is serving to what is in no way whatsoever any legal argument, any claim of ignorance. You can claim it, go ahead, but I've shown you what's the pattern of conduct, and it is malicious in and out, okay? You are not ignorant while the presence of Satan itself, which I've shown you. I've given you the context, and I've also shown you what is a scientific impossibility. You call it whatever you want. You want to refer to it as a scientific impossibility. What you are talking about, you are, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, speaking to what is the spiritual relevance. It's demonic. License 6445183. License 7WHF883. All right, we're speaking the same language. All right, so you're talking about what is nonetheless criminal, and it has every business in federal court. Every business. It is entirely directly probative to what is a pattern of conduct, and doing so on a massive scale. Doing so, this is how you will have identical conduct. This is how you maintain an identical environment, which is an entire impossibility. ABES 517, and it is also speaking to the malice of that system. You need to understand, but for documentation, you are, and it's not just documentation in and of itself. I mean, you have to know what it is that you're documenting. All right, so you are talking about what is a matter of discernment at the outset. All right, but again, one without the other is not enough. And so the ability to discern what is wicked and the knowledge, the skill set to understand what is criminal and how you are able to prosecute that in the natural, this is what is ongoing. This is what I'm revealing. And there shall be no legal excuse. Every single last one of these minions that are engaging in an entirely terrorizing system, having every intent to get away with it. I mean, and terrorizing in manners that you cannot fathom in your mind. But for my spelling it out for you, and let me break down what these demons intend to do by what they have, by what's going on right now. That's what I continue to do with situation after situation. I'm letting you know what is the demonic mindset, what's the malicious intent behind that, the criminal motive. And it's all relevant to an ongoing pattern of conduct, the government being prosecuted for every single last ounce of it. You're subject to what is ceaseless surveillance. All right. And so anyway, it's currently 9:51 a.m. You have what are demons that continue to pace in a relevant position. But they're not escaping anything. While I read their license plate, it's directly relevant to what I'm speaking to. Again, bird tech, stalking in the path, and this documentation, this molesting with directed light, like I was speaking to, bird tech. These are demons engaging in their celebratory conduct while they're engaging in surveillance and terrorism. While my body's chained up and I'm handcuffed by the sheriff. All right, and directed light is being moved all around inside of the bus, which is impossible light activity. There's no windows. The buses that I'm on, that they put places on, they don't have windows. You're looking sightseeing. No, they're aiming directed light through the metal mesh at the top of the bus. All right, touching me still, while third parties such as Bird Tech, as you saw today, under the fake sun, while I'm en route to what is a state facilitating venue, which is the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. I'm spelling this out because you need to understand this pattern of conduct is exactly what was underway while I was kidnapped by the entity. You will be prosecuted as a sex offender identifying by a company name. That will be linked to that company. It is a matter of how the government is engaging in terrorizing American citizens. Companies being prosecuted for what is engaging in what is kidnapping American citizens while you are placing them under surveillance. That is based on the very conduct that they engaged in. Guess what's going on? So while I'm kidnapped on the bus of the sheriff's department, the directed light's not occurring on the street. It's occurring in the bus. This is how they're engaging in the same P.O.C. Okay? I am still being molested with directed light. The fake sun is remaining over the vehicle belonging to the sheriff's department while I am currently kidnapped by the entity that's engaging in this demonic surveillance system. All right. And then you are talking about what are third parties such as Bird Tech who are stalking in the path under that fake sun, under that phenomenon. That is speaking to the ongoing intent to do so. All right. Monitoring with minions as you hear them sounding their sirens. That's why they're going to federal prison. Everything that they're doing is speaking to their own demise. The fake sun is over the Upland Public Library, a scientific impossibility. Stalking in the path, just like the company Bird Tech is. These are demons using a fire truck to do the same. This is San Bernardino County. License 8ZEY971 is monitoring as well. Alrighty, and that's the criminal conduct that the people of the state engage in while they were engaging in an ongoing kidnapping, and minions represented by the San Bernardino County Fire Department, who you hear, monitoring with the people of the state, acting in concert with companies such as Bird Tech Waste Management, engaged in surveillance. 9F91138, 7FUU893. That is the exact criminal cooperation that is underway. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department are demons engaging in criminal facilitation, in no way a distraction. You're witnessing the criminal conduct. Monitoring with communication devices is the crime in violation of existing federal law. While you are engaging in terrorism, the maintenance of an impossible environment, you are at this point monitoring documentation. So you are monitoring one who is aware of the fact that you are engaging in this demented system. That is terrorism in and of itself. All right, you're talking about what is the well-being, the physical well-being, the mental well-being while you are subject to the system, all manner of harms perpetrated by an entity that's engaging in this P.O.C. So you're understanding the mindset, the motive, the criminal cooperation. While you hear those sirens, the people of the state are monitoring with the entity. 4YQD174. American Medical Response, those demons engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping, intentionally arriving visibly to engage in the pattern of conduct as well. 7JCK2499, 8NUE376. 7VRK300, 6UCM549, 4VPN791, 30782K2, 7KIA461. Alrighty, and you're remembering, you are engaging in what is the pattern of conduct where you are surrounded by that direct evidence, not only of your demon possession, but your criminal conduct. That's why you have what is a light source that remains over me at the Upland Public Library. And it remains present until after 5 o'clock, which is an impossibility. It's speaking to what is, again, that demonic system that is underway right now. While demons, that's exactly what they're demonstrating while they create activity, while they are present in the path, and doing so in the same way that Bird Tech is doing. Bird Tech just doesn't have sirens. So the entity is using what is an emergency vehicle, demonstrating demon possession in the position of what is a fire department, while they're listening to every word that I'm revealing about this criminal system and all the ways in which you are understanding what's going to trickle down. It's going to turn into what is a federal prosecution, and that which is created for the purposes of any ordinary American citizen to exercise your rights. All right, so license 8KXB743. And that right there is going to be addressed with regard to federal law, reality of what is the demon possession, which is a demon-possessed population living amongst the demon-possessed. It's not some scary movie. It's not some exception to reality. It's not somebody that's, no. This is a demon-possessed population. And you are capable of knowing when you are surrounded in what is a demonic environment. With that knowledge, you are talking about what is I'm laughing at these demons. License 7N15844-7GIR777. Everything that you hear that occurs is deliberate. While they're listening, everything that I'm speaking to, let me be clear, this is highly undesirable, that I'm speaking to the secrets of what are darkness. All right? They're very, by virtue, the mere reality of their presence, their being the demon-possessed, the presence of Satan in the environment, this is highly undesirable, okay? 7AVX191, so hearing that loud noise, I'm laughing because this is deliberate. This is deliberate presence, deliberate activity creation, while I'm literally telling the secrets of Satan. So anyway, like I was stating, with that reality and that knowledge of what you are surrounded by and your ability to deduce that, you are talking about the ability to, walk in wisdom, actually, and to walk in the know. All right, you don't have to be ignorant, and you're talking about what is no longer a matter of concealed, some secret society. There's no secret, and it's not even sophisticated. Okay, let me put it like this, because this is how much it is very, very capable of anybody. It ain't smart. It's not complicated. It's not intricate. It's not sophisticated. It's not even intelligent. You're talking about what is nothing other than criminal conduct by the government, and then the government's pattern of conduct. What they intend to do is just snatch you up, call you crazy, and put you in a mental ward. There was never any plan, all right, for it to be. What do you do when that's not going to work? What do you do with that? You can't address what is inexplicable light on the sidewalk in the shade. You can't explain that. You cannot address what is a light source that's supposed to be the sun. Hold up. This is common sense. Open up your science book. The light source remaining over an address, and I document that all day long. All day I'm in the building and I'm still looking at the light source from the window. You can't address that, and it was never designed to be addressed. All right, so I want to be clear. It is the intent to engage in kidnapping, and this is what I've confronted. This is what you want to confront with all the acts of harassment, intimidation, kidnapping, defamation. This is the P.O.C. This is dealing with, in other words, I have applied what is a naming convention for purposes of prosecuting it in court. But let me be clear, you're dealing with Satan. Satan is a psychopath. Everything that Satan could possibly throw at while I'm prosecuting it, that's what I've been documenting, and that's what you need to understand what you're witnessing. It's evil, all right? It's determined, but it's nonetheless a loser, okay? And this is already done, okay? When you are talking about what is revealing the environment and revealing those who are present in the path, this is understanding what is the presence of Satan. Satan is the spirit. Satan is not some ghoul that you're going to see levitating over the ground, carrying in its head in its hands like you see in scary movies, okay? The dead demonstrate the fact that they are the living dead through their conduct, all right? While they're smiling at you, they may be your blood relative. They may be your boss that's really nice to you. It doesn't matter. I want you to get past the surface. All right. You're understanding what is very real. All right. And let me be clear, that threat that is posed by what are very dangerous psychopaths, the demon-possessed population, as I've shown you that pattern of conduct and the desperation, the determination that they exercise, that they demonstrate while they engage in the P.O.C. with knowledge of that it's being documented, anticipating what is an inevitable prosecution. All of this is speaking to a threat. Now, you're understanding that threat. If this entity were in any way so limited, what would the entity do? You're talking about if they weren't able to molest with direct light, if they weren't able to somehow get around and engage in their pacing around. You're talking about what is that violence? This is a determined stalker, all right? And you're talking about keeping calm while they're able to drive by you and keep a light source over your head and keep touching you with direct light. You're talking about what is losing that composure. All right, if they were in any way obstructed from the ability to do that, getting more and more aggressive. All right, this is speaking to what is the presence of Satan that is in every way determined and demonstrating that. All right, and so by virtue of engaging in the pattern of conduct and doing so with knowledge of, and doing so upon repeated acts of trying to kidnap in order to obstruct justice, in order to engage in what is defamation in order to obstruct justice, engaging in what are the ongoing acts of what is none other than intimidation by demons who are monitoring together. These are all acts showing what is an unlawful threat, and I have referred to it as what is the impermissible threat, while federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. It's the entity doing the same thing over and over again, trying to stop you from enforcing your rights. With understanding this, which is the pattern of the demon possessed. This is, in other words, this is exactly what you shall expect when you are enforcing your rights. With this knowledge, you create law that surrounds that beast. That is the demon possessed population. 8YTP 923. That beast is in the courts. That beast is in law enforcement. That beast is the fire department, just like you heard, engaging in criminal conduct. That beast is any company name, any third party. Doesn't matter what your relationship or non-relationship is with them. It's a demon possessed population. All right, you restrain that entire beast with legislation addressing what I have shown you are all of the tactics in order to designed to stop you from enforcing your rights, not only constitutionally, but as a human being. Okay, so it's currently 10:01 a.m. This is P.O.C. And I want to be clear, this entity maintaining presence through what is this demon that is doing the same thing that Bird was doing. It's the same demonic entity. The fake sun remains over me as you hear me describing the conduct of the entity acting via third parties such as Bird. The entity is maintaining presence. This demon comes in, and again, this is license 8ZEY971, parked in front of what is Upland Public Library while you hear the siren sounding. This demon is monitoring in the path, stalking in the path, and this is the ominous stalking by the people. It is prosecution for what is terrorism. Let me get this 10:02 a.m. Alrighty, and this minion has been maintaining presence, acting as one. They're not separate. Bird and crossing path, and the minions that are patrolling as one. That is the maintenance of presence while one vehicle after another. That's called remaining present. Stalking and stationary presence on the side of the road in alignment is called maintaining presence. This is all manner of surveillance. And this is, again, license 8ZEY971. I just want to point that out. It is currently 10:02 a.m. This is P.O.C. 8N41677, excuse me, and they are monitoring to that audible activity of what is amplified audible activity of a train. The train activity is not going to sound like it's coming right here next. I'm at the Methodist Church. It's not sounding as though it's coming from, for example, the direction of the Upland train station. This is amplification targeting that audible activity to where I am in the same way the entity is targeting directed light onto me. That third party is crossing the path while that audible activity is surrounding me. This is P.O.C. It is currently 6:56 p.m. That is Metrolink engaging in that act of terrorism. Audible activity while molestation with directed light is underway. The venue of 204 North Euclid Avenue, which is 7-Eleven. Demons are on surveillance cameras. They're driving in circles and using their hazard lights. They're monitoring with Metrolink. This is P.O.C. It's currently 6:56 p.m. P.O.C. is the third party using their commercial vehicle with their hazard lights on. This is light. All right, license 7XPV623, monitoring with the state that's sounding by helicopter. This is an entity that knows that it's being prosecuted and they engage in more terrorism, and that's exactly why federal prison is in line. BJOLLIE. The entity flying right over the 7-Eleven by helicopter. That's Penske, that's Metrolink, that's 7-Eleven, acting with the people of the state. As the state is flying directly over, it's 6:58 p.m. Hi. Excuse me, I'm sorry, what's your name? Mario? Okay, thanks, Mario. Mario 7-Eleven, they're monitoring together while the state's flying over by helicopter. It's currently 6:58 p.m. All right, that is not just Mario, that is Nick as well. 7WVR398, monitoring the entity engaging in terrorism, engaging in a show of aggression. Stalking by helicopter is already aggressive, if you will. You're talking about what is already terrorism. The entity engaging in this act while it's monitoring my documentation that I continue to publish onto the internet, specifically on my website. So the entity engages in, as it was doing where I sleep in the vehicle, where I sleep in any hotel, where I sleep in any facility where I'm kidnapped, stalking by helicopter, and where I am walking outside at the venue where I'm subject to the pattern of conduct, flying over the venue by helicopter, 8BSZ151. This is the entity engaging in that criminal conduct. So you're understanding, again, the reason why I'm naming company names is because these companies are engaging in terrorism present on behalf of the people of the state. That is the audible activity of Metrolink. Surrounding me with the sound of a train is a show of aggression. This is a demonic system while they're monitoring. It's demonic activity. All right, and then you have what is the state flying over by helicopter, while Penske, representing the people of the state, are stalking in the path. All right, molesting me while directed light is touching my person, and you're creating light activity. This is demonic, and it is serving criminal monitoring. The state then flying over the venue by helicopter. So understand that that's why I'm pointing out the company names in addition to what are the people of the state who in their vehicles with their license plates. And so this is Nick inside of the 7-Eleven. They're monitoring, okay? And I just wanted to Nick, those are the two employees, the two males that are present. It's currently 7:06 p.m. and I did complete a purchase inside of that venue. And this is Metrolink sounding again. It's 7:06 p.m. I'm going to pay attention to that. That's why I document it. The Metrolink is, even when they're running on schedule, it is the pattern of conduct. But I want to be clear, engaging in what is the use of the train outside of what is the published schedule while they're engaging in criminal conduct. All right, and so this is within less than 10 minutes. I'm walking out of the Upland Public Library. That is amplification. It's competing with the sound of my voice while I'm talking on the phone. That's amplification. The actual train is not that loud. Passengers on the train will not be subject to that sort of disturbance, all right, while you're on the train. It's demonic. It is facilitation. This is, again, you're talking about what is understanding the demonic. This is documentation of what is terrorism because it's relevant to the ways in which you prosecute. You're dealing with a demented entity showing aggression while it is the government, but also while they continue to engage in it while monitoring your documentation, and also while engaging in what is at its root satanic at its core, while they're monitoring the communication devices. It is personified through the use of amplified train activity. That's a terrorizing threat. It's currently 7:07 p.m. and the people of the state monitoring with Metrolink 50868F3, license 8K37087, KITBTH 7WV7332, I believe. Can't see that one. 7192821, APGS 844, 8GIU 912, 8PF. I can't really see that one. Those are minions. This is the same entity that wants to engage in showing aggression while they are monitoring. All of them are being prosecuted for that same criminal act. The government that is stalking by helicopter are the people of the state who are stalking by helicopters. Okay? And that includes the people of the state that are using company names. Metrolink to be identified as a company engaging in terrorizing American citizens, practicing what is satanic conduct while targeting American citizens, and engaging in what is using that company business to do so, all right, in concert with the people of the state that are engaging in the state system, all right, that is how all aspects of what I'm documenting are relevant. That's why I specifically spell that out and pay attention to what I am naming, as I'm naming, because it has a legally relevant purpose for what you are documenting. All of the ways in which an entity is threatening by virtue of its identity and by its conduct and by understanding what is demonic activity. And so with regard to not just some, for example, subjective interpretation of quote-unquote demonic activity, you are talking about what is reasonably construed as a threat. If you want me to break it down legally for you, what is reasonably construed under the circumstances based on the actor and based on the conduct. All of it is that which is construed, in addition to the fact that the entity, based on the nature of the crime monitoring, is aware of everything that I'm uttering, everything that I'm accumulating, everything that I'm publishing with regard to what it is currently and continuously doing. All right. And so you're talking about what is concentrating volume of what is the sound of a train, which is serving monitoring purposes by everyone who is surrounding me while I am looking at more than one shadow on the ground. This is that which is terrorizing in every way. All right. And then you are doing so as you are hostile because you're monitoring what I'm publishing on the internet, and I'm going to publish every single last ounce of it. And I'm referencing what is already published on YouTube. There is more that's published on my website, thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. All right, and like I'm speaking to, where the entity has been engaging in focusing on, because it's a stalker, focusing on where I'm at, which is in San Bernardino County in Ontario. You're talking about what is years of documentation. Before I came to Ontario, the fake sun was not remaining on Hope Boulevard. And that is indeed a fake sun. So you're talking about what is conclusive evidence of stalking, because under no circumstances is the actual sun remaining over a single address, for example, from 7:30 in the morning until 5:12 p.m., where I'm still looking at that light source. And then you're looking at and paying attention to what is my documentation from 2019, from 2020, 2021. There is no presence where I'm at the Upland Public Library, for example. There is no presence of any actual sun that is ever going to be seen over me in Pomona or in anywhere in Los Angeles, but that's exactly what I have directly over my head. It is not coexisting at the same time. This is not an omnipresent light source. This is an entity that is hostile, as I'm documenting the Pomona Police Department. I'm documenting what are the people of the state in Los Angeles County.
And then I step outside and I am greeted with all manner of demonic hostility for which you prosecute. You prosecute for that. That's why the state is flying over by helicopter. Okay, and every third party, that's Penske, that's Metrolink. You're talking about 7-Eleven. You're talking about what are the people of the state, those minions that are on the grounds engaging in criminal conduct together, all of them demented, sex-offending psychopaths. All right, and you're talking about what is prosecuting every single last one of them for all of their corporate acts together. All right, while they're hostile about what they cannot control and about what they are not going to avoid. That's literally the breakdown. And that's what happens when you're dealing with the loser that is Satan, by the way. Anyway, it's currently 7:11 p.m. Isn't that funny? 7-Eleven, prosecuting 7-Eleven at 7:11 p.m. This is P.O.C. See, molesting. The sex offender that's terrorizing with a helicopter, molesting my person, 8PXG725. 8RVE204, 9GTSHDE, 7LOE376, 8RKM162, 7WAM202, license. Oh boy. License. I'm laughing because minions are stalkers and they try to hide their license plates. It's pathetic. License 8ZEN049, 8UST245, 5ZZF574, 8VZX136. All right, that's a massive molestation. Those sex offenders who are, again, they are acting as the government, stalking and terrorizing with the government, who was following around in a helicopter. That's literally a demon-possessed government actor stalking an American citizen who is, unfortunately for them, documenting it. All right, but it is absolutely necessary because you need to understand what is a very real demon-possessed population. That includes the government. There is no exception. All right, this demon-possessed population engages in what is stalking in helicopters. Imagine all of the resources that are being wasted on this criminal system just to serve Satan, the appetite of Satan, the ongoing agenda of Satan. It's pure evil and it has no legitimate purpose whatsoever. And then we're told about all the debts that we owe as a country or as a city or as a county or whatever. They're monitoring American citizens spending way more than you can fathom. You're talking about 24 hours stalking by helicopter. That's what that is when the entity flies at the drop of a dime. If I am on my phone at 2:14 in the morning flying over me while I'm sitting in a car on my phone, that's 24-hour surveillance. All right, that's a demonic obsession as well. It's entirely abnormal in addition to being criminal. Anyway, it's currently 7:15 p.m. All of these sex offenders that I continue to name, and again, I'm just adding on to what is a single actor, the people of the state. All right, the people of the state are a sex offender. So you're understanding what is group conduct as you are understanding the crime of federal group stalking and monitoring, which is the state's pattern of conduct. The state is the stalker. The state is the sex offender. The state is the one that is engaging in this criminal surveillance and doing it in concert with the people of the state, and they shall be prosecuted in that same manner. It's currently 7:16 p.m. 8FJC989, 8YTS126, 8JOC416, I believe, or 414. Can't really see that one clearly. 8KTS017, 29378P1, 6VSP609, 8TXX124, 8VQB430, 4RPH760, 8TSS770, 7CAC509, 8TAG012, 8SKH246, 8RTK623, 53266P2, 7ZRB492, I believe, 8XNB418, 6ZJY817, 8YQW526, 8XIE910, 51341V1, 8ZRP410, 4HQW397, BU4, I can't really see that one. Let's go that one.
8TW239. I can't really see that one though. SALNLAR 20517E2. 8B89747. 8CGT498. 8SAE700. 7LWE477. 8YYX318. 8T45227. And again, that's 8YQW526. 8MEB626. 81195. F2. 8ZAR716. 8U57. But you can scratch that one. I can't really see that one. 5LZW099. License 6XUM413. 8JBH908. 7WLJ916. The 8BKA156. I didn't read that one already. 8SPL710. 2256083. 7TIX629. 8KDE309. 7JWE812. 8RCV034. 8JV. 8JVG753. 7LVX054. That is 8JYG753. 8CQP817. 6YRX108. 7DTL246. 8PCH619. 8VHA162. 8AKM184. 7VVF900. 7VAB843. 8TBF611. 7RO6194. 97622C2. PKLETOS. 8H43175. 8WEJ831. I read that one already. 7RJD789. License 8EDY669. 5PNP816. 8EDY66. Yeah, I read that one. 8EOF137. 8EQG606. 7BGZ844. 8RGJ147. 7RMK676. 7VJN741. 8RWN927. License 8EBE849. 8NJE860. 8FKP412. 7LRU674. 7NSK863. 6PRK571. YNA4227. That's out of state. 8WKL437, I believe. 7BWC037. Right. This sex offender. License 8WYH603. 01779C3. 8WRW812. License plates 8JZS376. C32861. 8NNE220. 7FQL282. 8D56082. 8WER226. 6EAJ935. 8LWS622, I believe. I'll get that one in a second. 8BQK364. 8AXP456. 7HOE103. 7RKE942. 8JJG233. 7EPM298. JNE, I can't really see that one. 6TRC991. All right, and this demon's license plate is 8LWS622. License 8UYU957. 28352X2. 8GIC244. 8WOD270. 51968L1. 8CLY593. It is currently 7:25 p.m. That is one entity. I'm reading a series of license plates identifying criminals, all right? Identifying a demon-possessed population by name. This is the same entity that's engaging in terrorism at 7-Eleven, as I just documented, while the state is stalking. They all know exactly who I am. This is ongoing surveillance, and they are engaging in an ongoing perpetual sex offense, molesting all over my body, together, while they are intentionally driving on the street in order to engage in that touching, while they are monitoring with communication devices and engaging in what is terrorism while they're stalking together with the government that is following around in a helicopter. This is demonic activity. It is currently 7:26 p.m. License plate 8XQV238. This is the sex offender, terrorist, UPS 36183D1. License. This demon, 8AUH331, molesting with direct light while I capture the demon inside of the UPS vehicle. That's called stalking with activity, while I'm capturing the image of this demon driving that UPS vehicle. That's a Latino male. That's demonic activity in real time. License 8HQT005, 96806S2, license 46700K2, 8CEV676, 6VVH091, 8YCE327. All right, and like I said, these demons that are holding onto steering wheels and holding onto their communication devices while they're driving around, they are not holding what are some comic book type fantasy light gun, all right? Some weapon where they're holding it up and shooting gun out like, psh, no. This is the conduct of the demonic. You're talking about what are demonic spirits creating what are light in the environment. It's demonic as it is occurring. 7ZXX 986, 8JPW 102. License 6CNB005. License BDK 4056, 8HCP 912. License GV544, that's handicap, and 8SKM 886. License 5GBK117, 6RTZ456, I believe, 5TGL612, 8LUS689, 7PKN610, 8DGN293, 5XOT095, 8YQW558, 466. I can't really see that one though, that's out of state. It's 7:28 p.m. Directed light streaming across the street while this demon is approaching in the path. This is license plate BW6926, I believe that's Arizona. License 8DAY, hold on, 8DAY608, 8SW, get this demon in a second, 8SWX321, 8HFE551, 8ZAX965, 60515S1, 51819Z2, 5UDT598 or 588, yeah. 8PTL279, 7TZ, I can't really see that one, just scratch that one. 7KIP382, 5UDT588, 8XTG495, 85187D3, 5WZM851, 6LNG651, I believe, 8NTK225, 6YBY539, 8PHC953, E96020, I believe. You can, it's substantially slimmer. I can't really see it though. You can scratch that one. It's 7:29 p.m. License 8RD0019. License 8FFB579, 8KAB439. License, let's see, 7KFE316. Sweetwater Plumbing is stalking, 17436V1. That company employs the demon possessed. They're engaging in monitoring and terrorizing American citizens. 8VJA674. Engaging in literally demonic conduct while direct light's just streaming up and down like a wall of light in the middle of the intersection. It's the same for the people of the state. This is the same entity that is stalking with the government, that's following me around, knows where I'm going. They're stalking with the state. 6XRP414, 8YVS519, 8MLD458, 7NCP782, 8MIT047, STNRELA, 4GEY161, 8909, 2K1. License 6UY
W950, I believe. A whole herd of demons. You can never get too many of them. You're talking about what is stalking by government. Oh, that has to be sizably addressed. That has to be addressed in more than one way. You're not just prosecuting, which is, that's no joke. You're also talking about what is dealing with the demonic. The demonic is going to be put on, let me see, license T199RO, that's a demon. License 8HMT279, and a sex offender. License 8VKS125. There you go, listen. Let me tell you who's stalking while they're molesting me with the state that's flying over by helicopter. 7RUD602, 7KKN939, 4WYK712, license 8XG8245, Washington. License 78ED443, license 8HIL986, license 5LUK956, 8UKE865, 8UWK726, 5ACN946, 8PGC102, 7JDT 6L2, 7UGE086. This is sad. This is very sad. License SOCALP1. Stalking with the state that's remaining over me in a helicopter at the intersection. They're all stalking. When I say they're demons, that's exactly what I mean. Not because I don't like what they're doing. It's because they are demon possessed and they are stalking together. License 8HCE713. This includes emergency pet clinic at 7th Street where I was this morning at the 10 freeway. They're in relevant position. They're engaging in terrorism. It doesn't matter what pet they have on the table. They're engaging in interstate stalking while the state's flying in relevant position by helicopter. 6TJW080. The emergency pet clinic is right here in relevant position. Demon stalking in that parking lot, monitoring with communication devices. 6ZUB038. While this demon-possessed entity that's going to be put on the map with regard to prosecuting a government is stalking and providing that audible activity that you hear while I'm documenting, responding to my documentation. That's what that demon is doing. 7KUD373, prosecuting the people of the state, helping me. 8EOJ905, not that I need it. When I'm showing you what is light just appearing out of nowhere on the sidewalk, that's a prosecution that is sure, okay? That's a prosecution that's sure. 8ZUB038, they're all stalking together. That's why the entity is flying over by helicopter. This is while I'm on the same strip of street, less than half a mile from the library. Twice stalking by helicopter while I'm documenting. 8XXE708, 6XJR544, 6CWY891, 6WXG880, 5JK7474, I believe. I can't really see that one though. It's entirely pathetic. There is no question with regard to what it is that I have revealed and what it is that I'm documenting. All right, 6WLY338, HIGH, that's all it's on that license plate, 8HZG392, license 8MGX385, license BU48S99 papers, 7C8, I can't see that one, 7TTW221, 8EMM143, 5PZG617. This sex offender stalking with the state by helicopter, 8TZK845, 8YOW120. These sex offenders patrolling in relevant position, license 8VMB879, 7XHY672, 68056A1, 8JXH596, C8YQW428, C8RWC178. This is so sad and pathetic. License plate 75597F3. License 7YLL217, 7WKU155. All that I'm going to do is play back the tape, the state stalking by helicopter, stalking in concert with the people, and speaking to what is the people to be prosecuted for that ongoing terrorism. They're engaging in terrorism right with the state. License, they are terrorists. They're demons stalking together. 7FJJ932, 6RKG790, 6TAA945. License CBOX23, but I can't really see that one. 7VDK147, 8NXM153. That's a demon.
That's a demon. License 7RUC016, another one, a demon. License 8VOR914, 7EAJ362, SMN558. I'm sorry, that's 8SMN558. License 8VSZ307. License plate 7UNY970, ABOSSY1, 7EAJ362, 8FSP674, 6MUL015, 6MUL015, 7NWR308. Oh boy. It's 7:36 p.m. Pay attention to my documentation, what I published today onto my website with regard to July 20th, because I referenced it for you to look at with regard to what was the orange directed light that just appeared on the sidewalk today in the shade, 8KCB411, like it did on the Herc Rentals truck yesterday in the shade on the passenger side where the fake sun's hitting the driver's side of the vehicle. 6NMB292 is a demon. And you're talking about what I showed you, and I referenced what was July 20th, 2020 after the 6 o'clock hour while I'm in the county of Los Angeles. License 8YJF185 in Los Angeles on what is, I believe it's Alameda, at Centera Fleet Services. That's a third-party facilitating venue in Los Angeles, where they're monitoring 8VEP972, 8EDF042, I believe. I can't really see that one. 8 you can scratch that one. 7KDD080. They are monitoring the same while I'm in Los Angeles, which is what I documented on July 20th, 2020. July 20th, 2020. And that's why I'm able to pull up that documentation for you to reference while you're looking at what I documented this morning on the sidewalk in the shade. And you're looking at what is that ongoing appearance of engineered light. And I'm telling you, that engineered light, what you're seeing, just a patch of it, a small patch of it on the sidewalk appearing, and my shadow appearing, the grounds are covered with direct light, and that's not the sun that remains over me. These are indeed demons. They are stalking in what is directed light, a demonic element for monitoring. License 7C42049. 4SFA799, a demon. And while you are talking about this documentation, you're also going to pay attention to what I documented in LA, the entity engaging in what is the hallmark stalking via helicopters and airplanes and law enforcement. 6PAM615, it is indeed terrorism, and they are demon possessed. They are demon possessed while they are stalking. 8JRU344. License 8DML695, 8MLX550, 08932C3, 8TOB883, I believe. 8FX, I can't really see that one. 8ETW315, 5SAN821, 8TWL597, 7TMF489, 6EHA220, 8U163B3, 8TTG861, 7ZZA375, 8XZM181. I can't really see that one. And you have what is the entity molesting me with directed light on the sidewalk in Los Angeles while I'm walking down the street in the shade, right? 8BVK259, and I'm showing you what is the pattern that I had continuously observed. And it is the same thing that I showed you this morning, directed light. It's not even normal light. It is inexplicable light, but this is not even normal light that's just appearing. This is engineered light, what covers everywhere that I'm at. 7DRX417, day and night, surrounding everywhere. Guess what else surrounds? The government, that's a stalker, a demon-possessed one. That is a sex offender while it molests and follows with its engineered light because it's monitoring with communication devices with all the rest of these demons who I am identifying and sharing with you what is their condition, what's wrong with them. 8ZXS452 is a demon. 8ZBY228, 7WHN890 has a demon on them. 95702V1 is demon possessed and they're a criminal. 6BAR495, 8CLW933. 7TJK658, 6ZUY663. I can't see that demon's license plate. This is why you have what is this ability to document this impossible light. That's exactly why it's called that, because it's impossible light. It is witnessing what is the presence of demonic spirits. They are what is causing this manifestation of light out of nowhere. You are looking at it with your eyes. You are witnessing the supernatural. You are witnessing what is demonic conduct. You are in the presence of those who are of that condition, demon possessed. They are intentionally present in that demonic environment to monitor you with communication devices. They are stalking, okay? Stalking with the state that is following me around for years, as I've documented, by helicopters, okay? By airplanes and helicopters. Literally stalking in that manner. That's called terrorism, and those are demons that do that. License 6ZRK074, 8YFC667, and this is the
unpreparedness for a prosecution and for the exposure of this satanic targeting system, while the entity engages in what is conduct. Let me be clear: government actors that engage in this, you're going to federal prison for that. This is grounds of federal prison, as you're witnessing what is a P.O.C. 7XFM419, 8UWK621, 6VHB 426, 5NSA160, SELURH, I believe, 5TRV 339. The government engaging in what is terrorizing American citizens by stalking by helicopter. The people of the state to be prosecuted equally with regard to being a terrorist and stalking an American citizen with the government as a perpetual sex offender engaging in interstate stalking with the state. I want to be clear. That's what being a federal group stalking is, and that's what you're going to be prosecuted as. In addition to facilitating that, you have what is the entity engaging in what is this conduct in Los Angeles, the same exact conduct that I documented, and the state was stalking by a helicopter. So I want you to pay attention to that because I already published it. It's already been on YouTube. 6BMG733. I published it on my website as I specifically referenced what was directed light that I got documented in video on July 20th, 2020. And that's not the first time that I've captured that, but it was such a vivid illustration, and I wanted you to look back. This is how far-reaching my documentation. This is how thorough it is. This is how complete and comprehensive it is. License 50236J1. License plate 7PEJ994. License 303UY, handicap 7EQU549, 7DYG113, 7U16073. This ongoing combination of what is directed light, while you have what is the pattern of the presence of helicopters, that is defined as stalking, and you're stalking with helicopters, stalking via helicopter. 8HKC436. This is a pattern that was underway in Los Angeles as well. 87792C1, and that's exactly what I published today. Well, I published onto my website. It's already published as a matter of documentation. It was previously published on Facebook and published onto YouTube. It is currently 7:43 p.m. And so the Los Angeles engaged in this. Like I said, they are the city of dark angels. They're not lying when they call themselves the city of angels. Understand what they're telling you, though. They are the city of dark angels, and they engaged in heavy-duty demonic conduct, demonic hostility, as you are witnessing while this entity is stalking by a helicopter, as I'm documenting it. 7XEL806, 8UAA634, license 1FB068, I can't really see that one, SOODSNY. The entity engaging in the same exact conduct when I'm in a different area. This is Los Angeles County. Understand Pomona is Los Angeles County as well. But I went to Los Angeles on the Metrolink. I'm documenting what is the amplified audible activity of Metrolink. This is demonic conduct. This is an entity acting through a company name. Demonic activity occurring under the guise of what is the use of a company, where it is the same impossible audible activity. This is demonic hostility, as it is literally being communicated while the elements of monitoring are underway. Understand the entity that's monitoring my documentation is aware of what I'm publishing. 8DFX661, I believe. And so while I documented Metrolink with regard to the pattern of conduct underway in 2020, you will have what is this show of hostility flying over me by helicopter, amplifying while I'm by the Methodist Church of what's train activity, and doing so while the entity is molesting with directed light. This is the intentional conduct, and this is the prosecution for that terrorism, 8VBF419. This is what I mean, this is the conduct of a loser, though. I'm just going to document 6JKM722, CB11S08, paper, 5JFR069, 7LK7271. All right, these are the acts of what are a demented entity. That's what I'll focus on, not the not the rest of it. I will focus on what is what are you construing from that? What is reasonably construed for that? 5VBN719, 4YLK412, 8VWM750, LJJ5522, Texas, 8MZU770, 8HHF570, 6YZR784, 75A38C, that's Arizona. There is no coincidence with regard to what is the ongoing presence of directed light. What I showed you, which is a fake sun that remains over my head, as I documented, I republished this documentation with regard to Los Angeles on July 20th, 2020. You see the fake sun right over my head, just like I'm showing you today, earlier in the morning, as I remain in San Bernardino County. 39528T2, I believe. License 8XTG 346. License 7MOM 342.
These are all sex offenders who are engaging in not only sexually violating while stalking and monitoring with communication devices, terrorizing by helicopter while they're mad that you know that they're stalking you, and you know their condition that is being demon possessed, and you know that while you are publishing that information that you know, enforcing your rights, in other words. 8 UBA 438. That's the conduct of a loser. And the one that's adding on to its own prosecution, 8 VHK 009. 6 GQR 467, 7 LLM 987, 8 VZR 590. License 7 BGZ 844, 8 HDG 245, 8 MYA 039. And again, with regard to knowledge, this is relevant. Demonic activity is that which occurs in your face and you are oblivious as to what it is that you are actually witnessing. 8 YYK 789, ordinarily. But when I'm pointing out to you, again, all I'm doing is opening your eyes, because it's not rocket science and you see what is clearly demonic. And this demon right here, license plate, Upland Police, vehicle 207. This is a white male with a mustache. License plate 1560983, driving onto what is 7th Street. License 5P22671, monitoring with Upland Police. They're one entity engaging in criminal summoning. Remember that. That's why they're going to federal prison, as they summon law enforcement and they're monitoring with them. License, I can't really see their license plates. 8YJ6980. License 2276. I can't really see that. Let me get these menus right here. Monitoring with law enforcement, BU37, D26 paper, 8 UAD 514, 8 GHG 407, 8 TYP 990, 8 SEL 406, 6 ADV 970, 8 EXW 831, AW 62K24, that's paper. And again, law enforcement, all they did was drive visibly in front of me to cross path, to touch me with directed light. They're stalking, taking this very street, this intersection, the same reason that the demon-possessed, the people of the state are doing it, all right? Doing so in my face, which is a communication of a terrorizing threat, all right? I documented that demon with that demon-possessed agency, Upland Police. They're monitoring with the people of the state. License 3340U, that looks like a federal plate, and that's being driven by a little skinny, little twerp, little Asian female. She looks like a stick figure. License 6GAC 944, 7 MKK 021. But understand that as I'm documenting what is the group stalking conduct, law enforcement crossing paths with the people of the state, they're stalking together, and then understand what is facilitation while the system is underway. License 7 MKK 021, 7 MRW 351. Then you're looking at what is a complete delusional psychopath. You're calling the police are already stalking, okay? This is what they've done. I've documented this. 8 MCM 367. That's why you're going to federal prison. License 8YZY 466, 8SMX 790, 8HYX 559, I believe, 515 4782. License 6S 50232, and I don't see that license plate. A license, no, they don't have a license plate. U-Haul crossing path. This is Arizona, AE 04741. 8ZWA 432. License 7UUG 726, 6MNM 094, 7VAX 995, 7LDT 983. License 6PXK 884. It's currently 7:49 p.m. And again, that's Upland Police engaging in what is sexual violence, coming around to visibly engage in that sexual violence. You're a sex offender monitoring with these sex offenders who are molesting in relevant positions. 6EVX 509. They're all monitoring together. Understand that. 8YET 272. 7NHY 888. 7TFL 803. License 7YDB 454. 8UPT 815. 7TXE 502. License, monitoring with law enforcement, a demon, 4GNL 324. License, 967SM, handicap, 7EYW 160. 6TKS 765. 6E, yeah, I read that one. 7SOP 590. Quest Diagnostics, they're group stalking, 83290W1 with law enforcement. 8TRL 261. 6EA, I can't really see that one. See, 6YAB 411, 8T88, I can't see that one, 8BUZ 919, 7TGV 043, 8FZS 946, 6ZNF 512, 7ZFK861, LDTS247, 7TKT. Can't see the rest of them. Let's see. It is currently 7:51 p.m. This is a demon. They're engaging in maintenance of presence, driving through the headlights as the demons, as they're aiming directed light. Sitting at a stoplight is called loitering and light activity. The demons are driving through each other's light. This is ongoing P.O.C, ongoing demonic conduct. That is 8BVY161, license 8NUG857, license 7GUJ516, license 7ZZ8771, 7ZZ8771, I believe. 8F26N38 paper, 8L44777, 8UVK939, 7ES5, no, I can't list that one. 7ZKV381, license 8VKS072, license 8KFH049, 5XCD501, 6FEG543, or 453, excuse me, 7VYR831, 8MDF912, AX 7P52 paper, 7SXJ468, XOM65KA, 5DNHJ52, 8YFR913, 6GH, and I can't really see the rest of them. It is 7:52 p.m. License 8FTD430, I believe, 7NYV, I'm sorry, I can't see that one, 8GYH065, 7UHA798, 6PXE294, 6WXK747, 7VPU194, 8WYA497, fluid truck crossing path again, 6BZN773, 6XUX162, 77113F3. Oh boy. All right, license plate 8LVH357, license 7NHT420, 8SKF484, 8TJF452, um, 6C54318, I believe. License 8STC709, that is 6G54318. License 7SMT592, 31890K2, 7ZRL655, 7ESC164, 8VOZ088, 5DLG588, 8RWJ121. I'm sorry, 6MDM468. And 8UTB556. Eight WFP985, 8LJJ385, I believe. 5Z, I can't really see that one. 8VJL445. 4967, can't really see the rest of them. 8CTK311, 7JPF537, 8DGA547, see 7TXH456, I believe. I can't really see that one. 5SQS879, 7L40421, I can't see that one. 5WDW 516, or you could scratch that one, I can't see that one. 7ETT604, or 7FTT604, actually. CQA 348, 6XMS 918, 6UDB 289, 7KVG 770, 7KJK 945, C5YSP, can't really see that one. I can't see that one. C8FOM 126. Maybe I'll see this one in a second. C8EOM 126. 8TZC 395. It is 7:56 p.m. 8WKW 135. 8PPA 230, I believe. See, 6TNK 433. Let's see. 8TZD 302. 8POK 750. 7VAN 423. See, license 34994. I can't see the word. W2, what I think it says. 7HMZ 685. 6S, excuse me, that's 5S LJ 069. 7BZ, 7BGZ 844. Or is that 8? Yeah, 844. That is 7HMZ 685, crossing path with the sound of sirens. It's 7:57 p.m. The entity has been loitering with the use of its vehicle lights. While the demons know that I turn to look at them, then they briefly sound sirens. They're engaging in stalking, and it's pathetic. This is the fire truck. That's audible activity. 7SMM 344. That's San Bernardino County Fire. That's light activity and molestation by San Bernardino County Fire. 15, I can't really see that one. License 6FDP. I can't see that one. 92798Y2, 8G69162, 8EVL 589, 8WGV 366, 56947C3, 8HYG 370. Pinsky's crossing path, license 25712S1. That is 0768. I can't really see that one. 7SMW344, and what you'll pay attention to is that the entity stalks via state vehicles while concentrating on where I am. That's where they're making a turn. 48711J3, that's United Rentals. 5SLJ069. 7BGZ844, 7XYU010. 3NUS377, 7WVA896. License plates 8NZD557. License 96513A3, that's J&L Maintenance monitoring with the state. 8LUX279, 7WAY339, LEOWIFE. 7TCY166, 8STD886 or 880, 8JIU827, 3VOT163, 5YUW473, 8FDN, I can't really see that one, 8HRH585, 6DOC190, 6WRV860, 6ZIS439. Understand with regard to the state, that is a stalker, the ongoing terrorism by helicopter. 8MOB696, I believe, 8BUV414, 7SKB927, all attributed to the people of the state. They are terrorists who are stalking with the government on behalf of the government. License 647S34 with the Nevada plate in the state of California, engaging in interstate stalking and terrorism. I want to be clear, the terrorism is equal with regard to I can't see that license plate, but 8XLO165, I believe, equal with regard to the use of helicopter to fly in relevant position, the use of the fire truck to cross path in relevant position, 8CSX587, 8WBY038, and by Upland Police, 8MTP300, that's the state acting directly while it's stalking. Understand that. 8UIP988, 7GDF, can't see the rest of that one, 8UJW803. And here goes American Medical Response while they listen to me tell you about the state acting directly. That's a fat Latino male with a mustache, license 9921983, and there's a passenger in that vehicle. This is real-time response to my documentation. 6MZT840, 8MOG865, 8VES665, license 8AL8347, 7FYB734, license 8HMW641. The government's pattern of conduct is that the government's prosecuted, the people of the state are going to be prosecuted. 8TDH958. As to this knowledge that the state demonstrates, as I speak about it, crossing path. 8VWX846, 6FMV764. As I speak of it, but you already know that you're talking about stalking with directed light, stalking under RCP7420, that's Texas, stalking with helicopters, stalking, and doing so as I speak about the state acting directly. 4383JD3. The entity is listening to every word while it is engaging in ongoing hovering, stalking, and acting directly. 8SLW515, 16829M2, 7GVZ305. CA87E40, paper 7BMT723. And while they're listening, they should listen to what else is coming. They're going to federal prison while they enjoy engaging in terrorism, because that's exactly what this is prosecuted as. And these are the demon-possessed engaging in this monitoring of their own documentation. That's a federal crime. It's an impermissible threat. License 7XPB111. License plate 7GBX906. 5GDZ151, 6WZH. I can't really see I want to say 085, but I can't really see the rest of that one. You have the entity engaging in monitoring that documentation and listening to me tell them they're going to federal prison. 5VYV. I can't think as fast as I can do that one. And that's exactly what you are understanding about the conduct of engaging in real-time conduct to be witnessed by the targeted individual while you're documenting. That's the nature of monitoring, by the way. But these are demons, not just monitoring. They're demons that are monitoring. 8EHW477. License BM47A15, paper 8POA729, a sex offender that's listening to that and engaging in more sexual violence. The people of the state. 7VJE484, 8ROU699. License 8SOC925. 03729L1, running a red light in order to stalk with activity. License plate 6JGG451, license 65469Y2, 6YRB339, 8JBH908, 5FEY690, 8REW942, license 7UFX238. License plate 8XCL437. License 8ZQX748. D204VO. 8ESZ701. 8KSG801. 7NXF056. 16345C3, 8FJA025. It is currently 8:05 p.m. 7HCW742, 8DCB944, 8EAM231, 8COZ047, 8PRV925, 8EQJ887, 7PXR750, 7KKJ819, 7, I can't really see that one. License 7MST000. Let me be clear. Law enforcement engaging in interstate stalking is already, with regard to existing federal law, that grounds for what is federal prison, grounds for what is what I am advocating, because the demon possessed that are in law enforcement, you disband those law enforcement agencies. It's infected.
8KLJ529. They're criminals and they are dangerous psychopaths facilitating criminal conduct. 8JZG293. That's literally what they are doing while they are listening to every word that I'm saying and then engaging in intentionally waging a threat by crossing path. It is in no way harmless whatsoever. It's entirely terrorizing while law enforcement participates in that. 7SZF167. BF26N38. That you are speaking to what is law enforcement, as I've documented, Ontario PD kidnapping repeated occasions. CA48W95. You're talking about federal prison on those grounds. That's additional. Okay. The entity engaged acting directly, as you are understanding, with regard to the use of fire departments. The ambulance, the paramedics, this is speaking to, and this represents the state acting directly, stalking via helicopter. All of these are grounds of what is the state that's acting directly in violation of existing federal law, and that is exceeding the intent to intimidate and harass. It is with the intent to terrorize. 81210E3, especially as you're monitoring every word that I'm saying and then engaging in the pattern of conduct. License plate 60297H1. While you're monitoring that documentation. Okay, so I want to be clear, and I'm advocating it's necessary as a matter of justice with regard to what is federal prison. 7KIP450, and in this particular fact pattern, while the sex offender who is stalking and monitoring, this particular actor has engaged in what is kidnapping. The very same ones that are engaging in stalking directly with the people. 8ADU983, license 8PZR909, 6HGW342, 8EYL023, 6YJY817, 6ZNE743, 8VHT010, 7FKF417, license 7ZIW878, 7DVJ998 or 988. It is currently 8:07 p.m. and you are witnessing while I am documenting. This is indeed stalking. I am doing nothing other than documenting what are the entity that is repeatedly stalking, and this you are witnessing what is an ongoing perpetual sex offense. They are touching while they're monitoring. 6V707F3, 8CNZ452, 8WYR748, and that's the significance of this documentation as well. I am reading literally the perpetual sex offender name after name after name who is engaging in that sexual violence because they're monitoring with communication devices. 5UGR254. That's exactly the criminal purpose behind taking this very street. You are stalking while I stand out and document. While I'm in any house, you're still stalking with light and you're touching while you're doing so. 8SAE700, 7TYY665, 81195F2, 6BKL395, I believe. License 7TCN228, 7WMS065, 8HSV724, 8WFB881, 8FCH, I can't really see that one, 75906E3, 8YOW852, it's 8:09 p.m. License plate 10860X2. It's 8:09 p.m. License plate 8MQT640, 7KSC878, 7K03766, 8ZFL396, 7PSJ483, because I didn't read that one, 6FTU695, 7GYP939, 8YJZ711, 6WLR875, 8PVP799, 6KJC020, 6PXP817, 7SHL696, 8B, I can't really see that one, you can scratch that one, 94649X2, 8KFW541, 5TEN474, 8BYB389, 7ZAA014, 8HSA677. License 6DOC190, 8P.O.7, I can't really see that one. This is Arizona, AJ93023.
That is B&H Transportation. That's the front license plate on that truck. The back license plate is 9740JY. That's out of state. License 6ZNE 780. 8STS 746. License 8PSS 332. 6MUJ 527. 8CIG 890. 8MGA 521. 8YKF 020. 8LZK 031. I read that one already. 8GXV 137. San Bernardino Fire, across the path again. They're demons pacing back and forth. 1577089 is San Bernardino Fire. 62407K3. They're San Bernardino Fire engaging in a perpetual sex offense and intentionally doing so while they're monitoring the documentation. AC15N11, meaning they're coming by, oh, I want to come by and touch on Erica. I want to molest her while I'm stalking. That's literally what they're doing, and that's the intent. 8NCC465 94165H3. License 5UVC985. 8G XV737, 7CQF627, 7YSW122, 8NFK018, 6BAR 495, 645S76, that's Nevada, 7TRR010, 8ZKP207, 61312H3, 7GKG301. C 7DXH251, 8R23392. License 7JBL716. That's 87884U2. 3RLH992 monitoring with that demon. BK49394 monitoring with that demon. The louder they are, the weaker they are. Okay, and it goes exactly for what is law enforcement, demons driving fire trucks. I mean, you're talking about small. You're coming around because you want to touch on me while you're stalking in a fire truck. You don't have anything more important to do. 7MYU022, license 6PZG728, license 7DKV479, 5RIH762, 8YYR667, 7AOL002, 7VZD299, 8TCM469, 8DBU874, 86560J3, 8RKC416, all of them demons. They are indeed stalking. You have what is my shadow that's appearing on a light pole, moving, fanning away from the light pole while I'm remaining still. That's the fanning out of directed light. MYRNFLA, 8VMB979, 8FJC776, 7JXU614, excuse me. AMR crossing path is driving back and forth on the same street. License plate 99219A3, vehicle 32809. They have a third party in the back seat, all right, on a gurney. That is no form. Directed light remains. The state is stalking via helicopter. Remember the pattern of conduct. The very people of the state are in those emergency vehicles with them. License plate 8MYB600, 7NKY197, 7JHL082, SNOPR01. License 07971F3, license 8NXD801, 8KGJ859, license 6VBG140, license 8MGA641. This is the value of documentation. When you are documenting what is the hallmark, that is speaking to the conclusive evidence of surveillance. So holding a third party in your back, in the back of an ambulance is no form. 7R3, I can't really see that one. In other words, the pattern of conduct is ceaselessly underway, and that's the identification of a third party in an ambulance that is crossing path in directed light, engaging in the pattern of conduct. That's what you're understanding. There's no legal argument. It's the P.O.C. The state is acting directly. 8ZDU117, 8HGS069, 6KUF390, license 8YLX501, and they're all a sex offender, every single last one of them. Engaging in what is the conduct of an entity, a perpetual sex offender, to be isolated by name, named in federal court for prosecution for that ongoing sex act, license. And that's exactly what it is. It's a sex act by government. BHY-AB4, that's fluid truck. 97622C2. 8BAE683. 57520P2. 8CMG556. 8KRD708. 7XKR535, 8UEH074, License 8TTJ633, 7KXM030, 8SRG057. License 26428N2, 8WMC702, 7NHU136, 8XGH562. It is currently 8:16 p.m. 8XQP915, 8JAK464, 6PAK280, C 8VKY109, that is 8JAK464, yeah, 06139H3, 6EBC617, I believe, 6EBC, that was the beginning of that. License 8DSW394, CB, I can't say that one, 6ZAG525, I believe, and it is currently 8:17 p.m. 8GKB070, 8RJR707. GKB070, that's a demon, violent sex offender. License plate 8HIK082, the same, right? License 6TJF474. License 8NVF017. This demon, license plate, see, I can't really see that one. Let's see. 00122G3, 7AQC400, 8RZD210, 6PDK463, 8Y43L25 paper, 7NUF751, 7LLT940, 6YYC452, 8MPZ317, 8K49179, 8ZHU765, 5XCU810. License 6KDV410, 6UFS536, 8GWC882. This is the value of taking pictures of the demons that are American Medical Response and the police departments. I mean, it's not going to be hard. I mean, you're readily capable of identifying them when you prosecute them, but I want you to see their faces. AW9745, I want to plaster those demons on the internet. See who it is. This is a minion. It's a criminal, a sex offender. 8UOU785, 7WGV312, 73615Z2. Stalking via helicopters. Oh yeah, all kinds of psychopath conduct. License plate 7XDX089. License plate 6214OF3, 8DWK955, 8MAV527, 8JJK313, 6CHS. I can't really see that one. 8XRR637, 7TPX961, Amazon 371. That was 37105J3, Amazon 5XBX657, 4VSB318, Cornwell Tools crossing path on Euclid Avenue going northbound. 8W, I can't really see the rest of that one. License 8WWZ243. Amazon Prime, crossing path again. This is a perpetual sex offender acting via companies. Remember that. They're engaging in sexual violence on behalf of a government and doing so representing the companies. 87997J3. License plate, security paving, intentionally engaging in that sexual violence as well. Those are companies showing hostility while they want to molest on my person. That's a sex act by a company engaging in surveillance with the state. License 8HOW614, 6XXT119, 5NOR085. 7VQJ332, 7CIW412. They're engaged in the same sex act. I just want to be clear. The people of the state act in different ways. 7EHE101. They're the same entity. Amazon Prime represents the people of the state, the company. The people of the state whose license plate I'm reading, 7WWF951, 7WMF951, excuse me, 7YYS512, represents the people of the state as well. 8KAM759, the people of the state engaged in what is a perpetual sex offense while they are monitoring with communication devices, monitoring the documentation of that. A sex offender that's monitoring the fact that they're being documented, that's relevant. 7KPY189 to that prosecution, 6NUT955, 8ETK365, license 8WPB804, CB51N, that's paper plate and I can't really see it. I don't see any logo on this, but this license 93403R1, that's security paving. License 7FYC 936, 84491C3, 5LIS 780, 8UTD 598, 8ZJM 387, 8ZFL 235. Engaging in the same conduct as the fire department, security patrols just using a company logo. 8DUB 283. 8TXR 797. It's light activity. It's stalking in the path. It's equally molestation with directed light. The demonstration of demonic conduct. This is an entirely demonic system. 7HBR 656. The shadow of my head moving behind me while the demon 8DKW 588 crosses path. 8PPA 827. 7ESC 044. All right, the shadow of my head is appearing above me on the street sign behind me. This is demonic, and security patrol is engaging in this facilitation of terrorism. 8BAF 681 is the same with American Medical Response. It's the same with the fire department. 8EJX 609 is the same with Upland Police. It's the same with the state stalking by helicopter over this intersection. License 7VNL 695, 5LDT 449, 8XXE 962, 8PDB 786. 7ELH 047, license 7YYH 902, 8BDU 248, 8HUE 929, license 6S50232, 8ESO 974, 68968K3, 66167K3, 8TXP 606, 7LJX 738, 7VOK 086, 6TGG 094, BP 52D36 paper, 8VPL 477, 8TXP 606, I can't remember, 8JIF 184, license 7LQL 477, 7ZIN 035, 8TXP 606, 7PMU 262, 7GXF 918, 8RKU 698, I believe. License 5MPH 228, 6PAF, can't really see that one. 8YFA 4, I can't see that one, you can scratch that one. 8TSG 017. 5PNN 783 is sitting in directed light. The shadow of the vehicles that are going northbound is moving across their vehicle. These are demons who are stalking. That's impossible light activity. And this is exactly what they're touching my body with. They're stalking in the path. All right, license plate. BT 68704, 7Y95765, 67025A3. Engineered light is a weapon of what is sexual violence. That's what you're understanding. 5LFL241, and it is serving monitoring with communication devices, and touching, stalking with direct light is not only terrorism, it is sexually violent. And the people of the state and the government is doing this willy-nilly. Including Amazon Prime, repeatedly cross the path 63278V2, with the minions, license 7GMP 538, 8EAM 858, 7KKJ 819, all of them, including that company, Amazon Prime, stalking in directed light, engaging in that sexual violence. License, it's currently 8:25 p.m. License plate 8NRA 347, 8MOK 138. All of these demons sitting around at a red light. 6XY8300 in directed light. 07004K2 is a demon-possessed stalker and a sex offender, a violent one, 8Y46705, 8EVT454. License 50994C3 is a demon-possessed stalker. License plate is an overweight demon-possessed stalker, 6XNC057. License 6ADX180, BTA956. That's Arizona. 8TYD913, 8KTE505, 7XUC206, 8YKF286. License 6BMG733, and it's 8:26 p.m. Seven ETH 441, 7 TZK 048, I believe. Seven KJC 881, GLX 6605, I believe. License 8ERB 625. Seven PGZ 118. That is GLX 6605, yeah. License 8MAC 010, 8FUZ 436, 8WCU 796, 6EZC 196, 7PLU 816, 8VSL 107, 8VYC 345. It is currently 8:27 p.m. This is P.O.C. at 7th Street. This is where the entity stalks by, was flying over by helicopter right here at the intersection. This is where ongoing directed light is present, molesting my person right here at the intersection. This is where the state is stalking directly by Amazon, excuse me, that's vicariously Amazon Prime, by American Medical Response, that are demons in these vehicles pacing back and forth, and that's what you're doing in directed light. They're demon possessed and they're moving around in engineered light repeatedly so. Doing so by the San Bernardino County Fire Department and acting directly by the Upland Police Department, all at the same intersection. And this is documentation of what is a perpetual sex offense. I remain subject to it while I'm walking down the street, but as I stand there and I document and the entity is monitoring the documentation, the entity is stalking while you're documenting, the entity is touching all over your body in what is a demonic orgy while you're documenting. That is what you are witnessing right now. That's the pattern of conduct underway while you're documenting it. That's relevant to that prosecution of the government and the people of the state. License plate GTOGRDO 6DLW112, ELCMOM 8MAU764, 7NVN421, 307FM, I believe, handicap, 8PYP237, 745P70 Nevada, 7UMJ127, 7BGM487, I can't really see the rest of that one. License PN, I can't see that one either. It is 8:29 p.m. 7GXZ726. License 7YTR171. 8WFY372. 7MFY370. 7YTH171, in case I didn't read that one correctly. Let's see, 5N, hold on. Let's see, that is 8WFY372, 6TPA625, 5HWA552, 8JUN512. It is 8:30 p.m. 8WOC315, 7XRE671, 7GCD449, CA21V15 paper, 8ELG413, 7DVY600, 8EKS336, 8LYC651, LDYLE01, 7MAW012, 7X39DO9, 6MGD198, T991KO, 6UQR200, 6SSN 681, 8XTH 904, 8MGC 205, 7FTE 290, 6NMU 045, 6PSK 429, 8W, I can't really see that one, you can scratch that one, 7X39309, 8TCJ 305, I believe, 8KGB 346, 7MRU 497, 8619172, 8NKU 297, 8MYK 415, 792B79, I believe that's an out-of-state license plate. I believe I mean, it is an out-of-state, but I believe that that's correct on that large truck. 8YTD 562, 8UTC 253, 7ERU 296, I believe, 8BZE 282, 8YIT 885, Geico license 8SJS 885, 8JQK 382, 8VZE 661, and Omnitrans crossing path 8KCF 183. Let's see, 6SWW 835, 38007V1, 7UVL 200, 7CVH 336, 7JQK 382, read that one, 7GBL 990, VKN NCH, I believe, 7EKB 093, 8RFU 611, 8UPV 275, 8KCF 183, 8VMC 252, 8YYS 780, 7DTF 822, 27289B3, I believe. License plate 8DMH 946, 8CYJ 579, 7MXD 136, 8TTG 505. EAM 231. This is a demon crossing path. Go on ahead. 3830851 22683K2. That's the demon. They're all demons, but I want to name that one specifically. That's a demon engaging in that demonic show of conduct. License 6L. I can't really see that one. License that's Florida, and I can't see it. 8 S.I.I.S 624, 8 ZXN 184, 7 FDZ 575, 7 FLW 859, 8 LIN. I can't see the rest of that one. 8 EAM 231, American Medical Response License LIFE 801, License 8 NYP 832. 7 PFP 383, 5 FFY 061, Ontario Police getting onto the freeway, crossing path, monitoring with law enforcement. Is this demon? License plate 8YKZ 315, group stalking together. License 8JU, I can't really see that one. Let's see, 5FFY 061 is indeed monitoring with law enforcement who crosses path. And security paving is monitoring with them as well. 7FZW 333. License 7TFJ 815. License 5KZM 670. 8SYP 774. 8MAX 135. And by law enforcement, again, that's the agency that is indeed stalking, monitoring with these demons. Directed light appearing on the opposite side of the road at nightfall, not headlights shooting horizontally onto the wall. 4PYJL76 is a demon. 8VKU948 is a demon. 8DXW045, a stalking demon. 8BOG831, a demon. 8WKL734, 8JXJ076, demons. 8JKA935, 8UAX039, demons. And monitoring, stalking with the demons of the Ontario Police Department. Security paving crossing path as well. License plate. It is currently 8:36 p.m. 263114. I'm sorry, 263142. You can scratch that. I can't see that one. 7ZGR182, 7YJL698, 6DNW432, 8SEJ850. Security paving crossing path again. License 44564Y2, 766. Hold on. 76647N2, 6NOP312, 8RXF440. Security paving, monitoring with law enforcement, and that is license 9869. I can't see the rest of that one. But that logo, they're just patrolling around like American Medical Response. Demons not going nowhere. Stalking. 3BBK110. License 7WCN829. 8DMH819. 8KPB502. 89367D1. OIF VFW. 8ANM492. 8FUL897. 8DZA092. And it is currently 8:38 p.m. (8YQY954), 8RHD619, 8ZBL678, 7YAK493, 7DAC548, 5HAK387, 7RXX228, 8UZG606, 6ZXX624, 8ANM492, molesting, 8XQV244, molesting. License CLANDA, molesting. 8KFT178, molesting. All of them stalking with law enforcement. All right. License plate 8YJW689, 8NRC628. These sex offenders that are molesting, license 6XSL130. License 6JKR483. License 8YHD809. Demons are molesting. 8WME054. License C 4TUE780. 8YJW689. I think I read that one already. KBLAKHN. 8RJS520. It's demon. License 8ZCX510, 7YIL116. Excuse me. 8NRC628, 8KYH586, 5PRG382. License plates. This demon, 8KYH586, 7GYR547, demon. 8PBK675, a demon. 6YGZ015, demon possessed. 8VPL068, demon possessed, stalking. 6VGK808, the same, a demon possessed stalker. Monitoring on behalf of the state. License plate, 8NIV990, 6DUG984, 8RJS520, 8RHW235, 7JWG811, 7LCB412, 63304X1, 8YHH657, 8JAK300, 8BZX357, 8DAA067, 7PXK539, 7UXL824, 78835G3, 8UQZ987, 61689. I can't see the one. 8VYG230, 8GVP327 because I read that one. BYW9671, 8X 8XBK531, 8UMH338, 7UQH011, 8DOF726, 7UZB157, 8MNZ555, 8MNZ555, yeah. 5FCB844, 5KIB593, 8KEW675, BYW9671, Washington, BFCZ297, 8XPG776, 96727Y1, 9F82565, 5FCB844, 6YMY662, 6YKM, I can't really see that one, you can scratch that one, 8JYG688, 5SGD050, 8V10704, 7VZF449, 7VDS771, 7VOS771, 8GEL762, 8JWY921, 6ZBY701, 8WVS491, 5SLE604, 8Y13527, 8J21513, I believe, 7SRD998, 8TDR210, 7MMJ002, 8TBM197, 8YJZ401, 8NBF469, 8KZT531, 8AEM865, 7YAL546, 4APX167, see, 7HCY050, license 06663, 6FLS493, 8PPS168, 8RFU611, TSA6CA, I believe, out of state, ISAKIAA, ISAKIAA. That's the 8RFU611, 6ZBC, I can't see the rest, and 5140, I can't see that one. It's 8:44 p.m. 7WWP044, 7JHL082, 8SQX220, 8XJV761, I believe. Can't really see that. 6JFP221, 5WPX552, 8ERH324, 8R11238, BR84P00 paper, 5ZCW. I can't see the rest of that one. 8HDE579. Molesters, license 8B38354, 7JBJ861, excuse me, 5UJU214, 7YVY602, I think, 7PFY561, 7KUW429, 8EMV380, 8YJW666, and that is 7KUW429, 6DFU, 6DFH418, 8BWF657, 7YOG378, I can't really see that one, 8UOT153, EYELVME, 8FGS672, 7LRX627, 8VOT023, I believe, 8BVX456, 8NRD179, 5NXY633, HRT-TEC, 6CM, I can't really see that one, 7LRF043, 6XYK762, 5ZJW571, 8 7NBD179, 7LZS 902, 7KLA 771, I believe. I'll get that one in a second. It's currently 8:46 p.m. 8SHX 796 and 8RZUOH3, but I can't really see that one. 7KKL 771, 8YYL 037. Can't really see that one. 01779C3, 7KDN 997, 7KVL 486, 8XDZ 670, 7XEU 577, 8VJY 206, 7KYP 517, and 5ZJW 571. I read that one already. In case I didn't, there you go. 8DIB 937, 6HWX 929. 7MFY 070, I believe. 8XBK 392, 7YXJ 5DO, 8VQN 030, C404R1, license 8SGA 604. You got a demon that comes to the crosswalk. He runs in directed light. This is activity creation. They're demons. They are goofy looking demons. They can engage all kind of different methods of creating light around, pacing all around in engineered light. License 6WYU 752, 8ZGN 5, I think it's 856, 8YVY 634, 8YZG 289, 7LGK 877, FF094 handicap, 8PSZ 592, 8SKU 187, 8GFN 118, 8NXM 153, 7AEH 028, 8VYK 320, 5YCX 245. Those are the demons aiming that directed light, right, while they're group stalking at the intersection wanting to touch, and the demon runs through it, creating what is an enlarged shadow. This is engineered light that he's running through. This is the demon that's creating activity while doing so. They're monitoring together. License 7LGK 877, 8YZG 289. In case I didn't read that one already. 6NMN 091, 8RRK 110, 29248H2, I believe, and 6MJT 257. This demon 7UGU 351. Stalking. License security paving. All they're doing is driving around in circles with flashing light on their trucks. That's all they're doing. I just want to point that out. Demons engaging in conduct, demonic conduct. I can't really see that license plate. 8UGO 385, 8FNF 848. You have all of an entity that knows I'm leaving the library at a certain time, and they're literally in positions, engaging in the conduct of demons, driving around in circles. 5UTA 115. License 4VCB 316, 6NLG 743, CB10, I can't even see that one, 8MDP 835, 6NAL 863. License 6XNC 825, I believe. 7LXL 361, 32754H3, 4VCB 316, all right, stalking. License 6TOA 315, 7UHB 171, CB49G17 paper. Again, license, let's see, 6NLG 743, I read that one, 8EJN 740. Alrighty, license 8FWG 810, 8FWP can't really see the rest of them. 8PTL 973, 8ERD 301. It's currently 8:51 p.m. License 8PTL 973, 8ERD 301, 8WAG 858, 08934C3, I believe. It is 8:52 p.m. 6MXN453. Alright, the entity group stalking via aircraft with the people at 6th Street and Euclid Avenue. In this video, again, this is 106 6th Street, where the entity is amplifying plane activity. X5521 handicap. License 8MEC535, 7AM. I can't really see that one. 8YXF437, 5WMM760, 8HCX830, 7EZF950, I believe. 8SVK. I can't see the rest of that one. Lined up over here at 106 6th Street. Group stalking, engaging in sexual violence, stalking with the entity via helicopter. All right, these are all terrorists and ongoing sex offense that I'm documenting. Group stalking at the next intersection. The entity is following from place to place. It's the same entity. License 8SUL504, 8SQD441. License 7NME955. 928. Hold on. 92839A3. 7WHF042. 7NKC222. 7KGK059. 94085N2. License 8XQG581, 66387G2, 6B, I can't really see that one. 6VFV860, 8GZJ448, 7FJX027, 8PVM627, 7NIF039, 6MOR198. And this minion is license plate 8SJV998. License plate 14717A1 CB32W47 paper 8AFG927. JU298, 8ZLH511. License 8TBR772. Let's see. License 3XMN567. 8A, I can't really see that one. 7RNY050. License 6YTU508, 8AWB017, 0031, I can't really see that one, I can scratch that one. AKR620, 3XMN567, 7LJ0364, BM89V35, which is a paper plate. RNY050. 23595V2. 7AE A082. 8PJW257. 5FRH859. TXL, I can't really see that one. 7MYP339, 8MGJ114, 7TUF789, I believe. 5WZC, I can't really see the rest of that one. All right, these demons wind up at 6th Street, license, I read that one already. 8TVY266 and X090LO. They maintain a steady rhythm, so if someone is always present at the red light. It's the same thing at the freeway entrances. It's the maintenance of presence. This is what is group stalking doing. It's systematically through traffic. The entity is also controlling the traffic lights. It is literally used as a method of stalking with activity as well. It is the systematic maintenance of presence, though. It is currently 9 p.m. License plate 8GWW070. License plate 8EJX609, and they're monitoring with the people of the state who live right here, 106 at 6th Street. License 92709J2. They are inside of their facilitating venue, monitoring. Directed light is moving all across their property, while the people of the state are congregating around me outside of their property. 8ANT402. License 6LSH137. And let me be clear, their property is identified legally as what is a facilitating venue, a third party residing in relevant position. 8NXM436. This is criminal conduct that's occurring in relevant position. And the fact that you pay rent or mortgage there is legally irrelevant. It's a means of documenting you. And you're monitoring with a communication device. And you're a demon. 44515A2, which has nothing to do with where you physically live. All right? It's talking about what is that P.O.C. 4TLN276, BF79S21. Has nothing to do with where you physically live with regard to being some exception to this demonic system. You're in relevant position. You're in a demonic environment. It is occurring all around where you live. It is speaking to what is an ongoing P.O.C. while you're in your living room, group stalking. 5YTR834, 5829188, 7TOB390, 8LJY094, 01023G3, 8LUC458, 8XLN016, 7VMW707, 7HDG599. And security paving is driving circles over here at 6th Street. While I'm here, they're just driving around repeatedly, going through the lights, crossing path repeatedly, using the flashing lights on their vehicles. This is ongoing facilitation, ongoing moving light, directed light. That's demonic, and that's the conduct of a demon, by the way. 7PTG780, there's nothing normal about that whatsoever. It has nothing to do with these demons that are in directed light, stalking in the path with light, engaging in what is construction, which is the form of these demons who are stalking in the path of light. MMMANNY 8UWM20704JUL08, 8UOC674, 8TDL943, 7DEX111. This is why you document with regard to what is the directed light. The directed light is that conclusive evidence, not a psychopath that is relying literally on a hard hat and a logo as to what is supposed to be normal, and it's not. They're demons that are literally pacing around, being freak weirdos, just using a vehicle. 7SLC957, license 86191Z2, license 8TEY550, one demon after another, 6XYJ062. Another demon. This demon at the front of the line, license BA553, handicap. It is 9:03 p.m. 161H1, I believe that's paper. CHC239, 82166B1, 8VQC373, 7PCX496, 93403R1, 7PCX, oh, I read that one out. P853597, that's on a Goji trucking vehicle, the large truck. License 8UFL463, I believe. CA51H36, paper. 17344R2. 8JCU 348, I can't really see the rest of that one. 7YGB 712, I believe. 38249R2. Let's see. License 7YGB 712. That's a demon. License plate 6ARR 386. And so are these employees with security paving. 6TTT 242. License plate 8RMT 612, 8SVA 902, 8RPR 245, 6AZC 056, 6FDS 253, Security paving has engaged in positioning right in alignment with me at the intersection, keeping the vehicle here with a flashing light, and engaged in an ongoing aiming of light. So they just engaged in, instead of driving around in a circle, they stopped right here in alignment with me where I'm standing at the intersection, and the people of the state are maintaining presence now on this street, just driving back and forth. It is currently 9:06 p.m. Demon license plate 8YBU568, molesting 6USS 568, CA 40K99, 30233T2, 8RPTB16, 73926B3. That is Holiday Trucking. Holiday Rock Trucking Company or something like that. License 86811J3. Let me get the correct name of this demon driving this vehicle. It is Holiday Rock Company Incorporated. Holiday Rock Company is an upland company, by the way. License plate 7DFX271, 6VYH132, 8UCP 686, 5MNR352, 7WVW244, 8RGP416, 7JXM924. And with regard to what I continue to document, which is this stalking activity by an entity, this is the people of the state, they represent the entity. I am still documenting what is the ongoing criminal activity of the people of the state, as I started documenting in 2018 in Pomona, California, where a fake SIM remained over me. The people of the state stalking just like they are now as I was sleeping in my car. I am continuously documenting the people. 77479T1. Those criminals that I documented years ago, they are still having an ongoing sexual offense being tallied up against them. It's a perpetual sex offense. They have not ceased to continue being documented. They are present at this intersection at 9:07 p.m. while they are maintaining presence. That same exact entity is stalking in Ontario. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm in Ontario, California. License 8GDF 945. I just want to make sure I spell that out, because while I'm reminding you about what I've already documented in Pomona, All I did was on January 27th, by the way, I just reminded you about the Pomona Police Department that I've already documented. I already have documentation on them. They were stalking. They were engaging in bathroom monitoring. The same conduct. I'm speaking to what is the bigger picture of, as I have documented the government for a term of years, engaging in this criminal system and understanding what is the entity that is acting. The people of the state are engaging in stalking and federal crimes on behalf of a government for the people of the state, the entirety of that entity. All right, you are not done being documented as I documented you on December 3rd, 2018. You are still being documented to this day. It's currently 9:08 p.m. 7 PLS 901. License 8, I'm sorry, HW. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. 7 PLU 776. License plate 6RJT016, license plate 7NSB773, 7PLU776, I read that one, and this one is 7NMF855. License 8LYF507, this is a demon and a sex offender. And let me be clear, like I'm speaking to, this is the ease with which you can catch those federal charges. The people of the state are sitting inside of third-party facilitating venue 106 6th Street in Ontario, and they are catching every federal charge while they are monitoring with communication devices. This is the reality of the state monitoring through the people. While a sex offense is going on outside of your doors, a relevant position, you are monitoring with communication device. You are being prosecuted for that same conduct on behalf of an entity. That's exactly what the criminal conduct is. The ability to break that down with regard to what is a government's system through a people. It's a malicious system. It's demented. And it is equally touching for a criminal purpose. 7TVJ 713, 7LLL 952, 6EAV 447, 85317K1. The entity engages in molestation on behalf of all. All right, 02674N1. And that's how easily you are sitting in relevant position inside of your venue at 106 6th Street, being prosecuted as a sex offender while the entity is out here molesting. License 7SXY196, 8YDU019. And that's how nobody is getting away with anything, by the way. That's the conduct, that's the nature of a crime of group conduct. It's a matter of I can't really see that license plate. 7ZVH090, I believe. It's a matter of understanding the nature of what is criminal conduct on behalf of a government. When you're thinking it's not just one individual, this is group activity. This is conduct, it's even beyond the group, the people that you're looking at. It's the government. All right? And so you're talking about what is attributed, conduct that's attributed to the entity. Attributed to the entity that is stalking by helicopter, then that's stalking. You are doing nothing but stalking, and then you're touching while you're stalking. License 8ZAU257, and you're monitoring the knowledge 8L41007 5PXM762, and these demon-possessed stalkers engaging in this obsessive stalking after 9 o'clock at night, in guardianship of children, sexually violating, stalking, terrorizing another, but yet you have children. How are you in reality separating the two, or telling yourself that you're normal or that you're safe for a child to be around, to be in your guardianship, all right? Because this is what the people of the state are doing. And then you're also looking at the roles that they maintain in life. 8LLS342. And that's a reality. License 8TTH549. It's the same with what you're looking at that picture when you're looking at law enforcement. Or you fill in the blank. 62874Y2, 7HBH561, 6NFA511, 6, I can't really see that one. License 41397G3, 8WDV727, 7MD4901, I believe, 5JBE916, 5JBE906, 6KGD603, I read that one already, 6BJX142, 5ZFA543, 8JLV327, 7WHC 564. And this same entity that is engaging in stalking, because that's exactly what this is the same entity that's stalking while I'm showing you what is the fake sun that they're stalking under during the day, while I'm showing you what is their demon possession under that act of a demonic environment. That's an act of the demonic while a light source remains over me, which is what I showed you over the 10 freeway. Already at what is it, 7 o'clock in the morning? Over the same intersection where this same intersection where I'm showing you at 11 o'clock in the morning, the fake sun is over me at that same intersection, which is the freeway. Right here at the 10 freeway, where I'm showing you at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this same intersection where the fake sun, and that's necessarily a fake sun, they are the same stalking entity. When you're looking at that light object, which is revealing for your eyes to see, you're looking at their demon possession. When you see, this is the same, they're stalking. That's all they're doing. While I'm adding one name after another, they are stalking. As surely as you saw the fake sun this 7 o'clock in the morning in the city of Upland. License 7PNY117 3034481. License 8ALL299. That's why the light source is over me, and I'm showing you 8EKP389 very thoroughly. 8RKV863, the prosecution of every single last one of them. 7THU685 who are stalking in that environment. 7ZMS629, it is there for their stalking conduct. An entirely demented system. The demon possessed are only those engaging in it. Only. 13812D2. 6ZMS629. 8, I already read that one. SoCal Edison, that's crossing path. License 8LAG060. And SoCal Edison molesting, okay, as a company engaging in the perpetual sex offense. 8E, I can't really see that, I'll get that one in a second. Universal Diagnostic Laboratories. 7RZE569. This is 7EGY055. 8WTU673. 01104C2. 8MCA645. And this demon over here, this is 8EMH120, and this sex offender likes to touch 8UFL433. That's a Latino male, bald head with a beard. He's touching a lot. That's a demon, 6UXP215. Demon, just like the rest of them, I'm going to name them out. They're all going to be prosecuted. He's acting on behalf of the entity. 8VUH244, 8ZDF410, 8MCA645. They're all engaging in a demonic orgy together that I invited none of them to touch on me while they're monitoring. That's exactly how it's going to be prosecuted. The conduct that they are engaging in. It is that. That is exactly what they're doing. That's exactly the intent of the demon possessed. They want to touch with light. That's what demons do. License 8PJJ257. License 7XCN700. License 8UUK310. 8GUC553. They also want to stalk in helicopters. That's what they want to do. 5LDH518. And the people of the state living at what is 106 6th Street in Ontario, California are engaging in that same sexual violence. They are not separate. They're monitoring together. 8FDJ742, I believe. 6EGN394. It's 9:16 p.m. 7PD, I can't really see that one. Scratch that one. 6ZME872. 8ETG112. 8GUC553, 8ETS837, 5LDH518, 8TZD265, 7LBT444, 8CDJ742, 6EGN394, 5WNC912, 87750Y2, 39724F2, 8PJD297, 1378781, I'm sorry, B1, 44810V2, 7UDC 094, I believe, 1404403, I think. I can't really see that one. 7NME955, JRVIKY, CST2038, that's Arizona, in the state of California, engaging in interstate stalking. License 8WWF822, 8XES722. License plate 8PJD297. And 8W, I can't really see that one. 7YHR, can't see that one either. 4183, I believe. 8UJK, I read that one already. 8SFC 058, 8SHB 053, 8PRL 361, 6VAZ 713, 8WNK 627, 7TNJ 296, 8KDX 619, 6GJJ 251, 7VWB 709, I think I read that one, 8XDX 619, it's correct license plate, 7CSX 151, 8YOV 597, 8FOV 432, 8SQF 653, 8NFE 928, all of them violent sex offenders, every single last one of them, license plate, NOT 35K, license 7FSW, I can't really see that one, 6TBM 526, and 94097F3, I believe, 7GVX 324, creating audible activity while crossing path in directed light and molesting, license 8GYH 065, license 8ZC8358, that's Washington. License 82350C3, read that one. 7RQJ067, 8WTR51, I can't really see that one. BF68U02 paper, 8SEB337, 8NFE, I read that one already. 7WOR985, I believe. I can't really see that one. 7MXJ676, I read that one. It's 9:20 p.m. 7UEU909, 8GYH065, 5XLP502, license 6YZW167, 7RNJ349, 8TAJ038, 6SJE840, 6BIV091, 6YFH238, but I can't really see that one. 8AKJ041, in case I didn't read that one already. I read that one already. 8TFR807, and I read that one. 8UZC394, 7YDH080, just driving back and forth. That's what they're all doing, but you're listening to their license plates being read. That's relevant to their prosecution while they're molesting. And stalking. License 6SJE840, 8FKS132, 6PKT530, 2H1LOVE, 5GXT332, 8XQL785, 7FCY508, 6TFH299, license 8VEJ387, all of them molesting. License 82925V1, BU18K07 paper, 8SVL797, 8KXR589, 1860871, 7YFA760, 6NDE031, can't really see that one, 6FRY692, license 8XBZ, I can't really see that one. All right, and these are seriously the demon possessed. All they are doing is coming around and driving in what is impossible light activity. You've got shadows moving across this demon's car. They're coming around to molest with light. This is a serious demon possession, 8MDM714. And it's it is relevant to criminal activity, but this is serious demon possession. All right, as I'm witnessing, as I'm documenting it. License plate. 8BEC496. 5XOF793, 7VXM725, 7ZJJ553, BU71W85, that's paper, 7KTW830. Alrighty, license 7VVP875. Omnitrans is crossing path at 9:23 p.m. driving what is east on 6th Street, engaging in nothing but the criminal pattern of conduct and the sexually violent pattern of conduct. AJUK293, license 8GJK623, 7KSS992, I believe. License 6XUK341, 765 8O3N2, 8UNK 702, 7GMG 798, 6YJR 930, R538YO, 8DAY 269. Let's see, license 40678Z2, 8LVS 272, 83770V2, 7W25842, 96802U1, I believe, 8FDB 218, 8RTM 498, 8ZNN 061, HAWWAHE, 8AZP 332, 8XMY 327, 8ZBM 215, 4WER 202, 8TGJ 286, 7VCG 606, 7S10086, 3MGY 468, 8BAP 040, 8RQZ 115, 7DZJ 942. I can't really see that one. 6ROS 769, 8DYF 629, 3898 7C2, 8HMD 181, ARCENIO, 7MVR 452, 8KFT 143, 70731G3. I can't really see that one. 8DYF 629, in case I didn't read that one already. 7GBV 346, 6RNF 347, excuse me. I can't see that license. Let's see. 43667C2. 8SFW 064. 8ETP 673. 8NCC 425. 5ZNF 093. 8XXW 877. 8XNU 226. I already read that one. 7GBV 346. 7CLN 405. 7AAW 480. C license 43667C2. Read that one. 8BMD 998. 6KOL 004. 7386. I can't see that one. 76634D1, 7WJF 805, I believe, 8PGU 447, 22799V2, 8MIJ 486, 6ELV 962, 5CEY 027, 8KET 715, 8WLA 877, 6SPH 871, 6YPG 151, TFK 5D6, I believe, 8NET 790, 8YYK 977, 8GHV 781, 8WRL 632, 8SCT 365, 7JFZ 518, 7EQU 821, 8BHH 828, 8PCT 677, 6YJ 8378, 6TLF 465, 6ZM, I can't really see that one, 7, I can't see that one either, 6M76713, 8SDP 300, 8VQM 788, 835UX handicap, 4ZJ, I can't see the rest of them, 7TNP 992, 6GXJ 948, CA97H65, that's paper. Let's see, 7SNY 031, 0110582, 8DNX 501. 7RYE, I can't say the one, 8WLA 897, 5WUT 619, 8VQM 788, 7SLW 881. 8DNX 501. 7LAS 845, 7SLW 881, 87373N2, 7SNY 031, 8LGJ 081, 5AWJ 587, 7NJG 843, 5ZMA 577, 8YTM 207, 5LIS 780, 4M31162, 8NND 997, 7WDW 941, 8GVG 854, 8WWA 282, 8AKC 655, 8ROK 435, 7SOU 218, 7WHJ 841, 6YYJ 097, paper plate CA 97H 65, 8TRX 733, 7NK, I can't really see that one. 3HIG 500, 7X18956, 7LY, I can't really see the rest of that one. 7SOU 2, I think I wrote those. 7DFX 476. I read that one. 8GHA 500, 6MTA 656, 8SWX 321, 6TGN 986, 7EIC 711, 8WAY 887, 7STE 401. Let's see. 14238W2. 8MST056. License 8T93551, 7VCT459, 74883Y2, 6YYB462. Targets crossing path. License 6CXG837, 84337J3, 7POH548, 6UMH212, 93403R1, 6TGN986, in case I didn't read that one already, 8S43171, 7XRX, I can't see the rest of them, 8HTV223, 8WED299, 056, I can't really see that one, it's worse on. 7ZEE954, 8JJ, I can't see that one, it's worse on. 7T54375, 6CXG837, I think I read that one. 8WDZ939, 5UAW477, 8VDM787, 8CST025, 6JVS416, 7ZTU882. It's 9:33 p.m. 8RAF813, 66518B3. 7Y95745, 8JLL973, because I didn't read that one, 8HFE080, 6BYL111, 58724D3, 8LDR160, 8WAS277, 7JEC172, 7N99857, 8ZNT409, 99018K3, 7PXB900, 8 XG9809 Washington, 7HHJ759, 7TGN281, 5TWR534, 8WGU340, 4HIR893, 03907Y1, 7AGD326. Stalking with kids in the vehicle, demon-possessed stalkers, engaging in terrorism with the state by helicopter and all that. 1264T62. You can scratch that one. 7KBA325. 8SPT104. 8UUR523. 8WCZ042. 8DCM. I can't really see that one. 7E. I can't see that one either. All right, but the ways in which the people of the state engage in the P.O.C, that's why I want to point that out. The entity stalking via helicopter, molesting your person, stalking, monitoring with communication devices, and having their kids in booster seats in the back seat while they're doing so. All right, you're going to prosecute and remove the ease with which this demonic terrorism and sexual violence is underway by the people of the state. All that's is necessary to be addressed. All right, license 7AGD326. Because all the entity is doing right now, they're just driving in circles. That's all they're doing. License 6YMG800, 7AGD326, 39790V2, 8HMY643, 6RFV323, 7FSD, I can't see that one, 7MXS773, 8EKY871, license 8SOA321, 7YUJ858, 21479W2, 8UPH518, 6TLK966, 8SHR507, 5KR, I can't really see that one, license 5GLD089, 7FLB408. And let me point something else out about the people of the state. These are minions, and specifically these minions with the two little kids in the back seat. Little kids, I mean babies. License 7LGP544. These are demons. This is a demon that is engaging in stalking, coming to where I am, knowing where I'm engaging in the state's pattern of conduct, rushing to get to the corner in order to touch with light. This is the demented and predatory mindset that you are exercising, that you are engaged in while you have your children with you engaging in that. And I just want to be clear on that. 8T58232. License plate 01564R2. 8YUE792, 5YSB291, 6HBH927, 6UYD261, 7JRX228, 7LYC216, 8MLF885, 8WDM146. That's exactly what that minion was doing. And rushing so, bringing his kids, oh, come on, let's bring the babies to go sexually violate and terrorize another. 6UKJ307. LPV 0770. License 8 P.O.C 668. License 8 DRA 507. 30161N2. 8 NTU 593. License 16674K2. You're going to, as a matter of justice, remove the ease with which and require dearly of those documented engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring on behalf of the government. So I'm demonstrating, I'm showing you all the ways in which, they're just hopping in their car, giving their babies sippy cups while they're going around engaging in this demonic system, terrorism, okay? And a perpetual sex offense. Oh yeah, you're gonna address that. 8MBJ771. All right, and that's why I spell it out to you. I wanted you to know what they're doing, how they're doing it, what you are speaking to with regard, what you're realizing. 33049K2, 8XIS123. 6AJN078, license 4MOV867, 8MLF885, 8WDM146, 8WWU113, 6DFX237, 8AXX508, 8ZPR475, 8YXN805, 78511B3, 7VCR362, 8NRS756, 8818005, 8KVC 775, 8Y92706. I think I read that one already. Let's see. 02005W1, 6EJV. I can't really see that one. 00222C3. 8SWB104, 7PQG819, 5CLM453. License 7JJM496, 8KBC430, 5KOL023, 6KOX792, 5VQC789, 8RBN157, 6AJN078, 8FQR011, 6GHG550, 5YVV434, 4APN, I can't really see that one, 4WKF394, 6LEF400, 8XJV473, 92554H3. And again, where I go, this is where activity follows. So you have what is the side street at 6th Street, built up of traffic, 7CYX011. This is stalking. And they are building up, maintaining presence concentrated on where it is that I'm standing. All right. License 4WER202. License 8YND004. It is 9:40 p.m. and you have a buildup of traffic in what is a housing neighborhood on a side street. This is for purposes of what is group stalking by people of the state concentrating presence here. 8RNB157. That's why you have this heavy traffic in this neighborhood right here. 6LLB285 at this time. 6XUK341. License 7KVG493. License 4PQV326. 6ANF877. 4WKF394, 8VSM817, engaging in terrorism using their hazard lights, 7JMS685 on the side of the road. All right, they're acting as one together. You have another demon sitting right in front using their hazards. 8XDZ974, license 66291J3, license 7VNT056, 6SCK859, license 8WGM018, 7AQM525, 8MUE802, 6PXB729, 4V, I can't really see that one, 8JGJ405, 8RNY225, 7PWR406, license plate, 4SOU522, 7DFT822, 8YDL070, a demon engaging in terrorism, stalking with their hazard lights while they're stalking. Facilitation, all right? 7VBY417, 8CHN283, 8BLK660, 7CFW041, 8PSF474, 7YEX890. 7SAT124, 7URN094, and that is STA8CKA. That's Arizona. 08071Y1. Let's see, 8BTW773, 7YWH448, I believe. 8STR759, 26140Z2, 6CZT054. Let's figure with that one. 7XQF138, 94082A3, and this is 5SLP303. License 8, I can't see that one. 7YGB522, I believe. 7FMZ865, 5GGB457, 8VOU516, 8MIM533. All right, and they're doing the same thing that security paving is doing with their commercial vehicles. By they, I mean a demon that's sitting in front of, on the side of the street where I am with their hazard lights. That's what security paving is doing, driving around in circles using nothing but a logo to stalk in the path with light. That's what the demon is doing with their hazard lights. And 3MGY468 is documented engaging in that act of terrorism. They're monitoring together, facilitating the people's ability to do so. In this entire neighborhood, they're monitoring with communication devices. And they are also engaging in what is a perpetual sex offense, as I'm documenting it. 4YLT466, 6KMD 279, I believe. License 7HUL463. License 8GJA470, 7TGR691, 8EV, I can't really see that one. License 6NNJ987. This is the paper BU34X88, 8NNF586, 7RJK5, I can't really see that one. 6XKH203, 7KPY979, I believe. 7UFB424, 7CSS869, 8LXF541, 93878J3, 6PNF701, 8RDF375, license 7BBW 546, 8WVU 189, 32286H3, 7CSS 869, 7XLE 321, 8MOG 919, 7ABC 798, handicap A, I can't really see that one, 8TPA 192, 7KVW 618, 8NNE 631. And again, as I come from the freeway, the traffic, they were concentrating traffic at the 10 exit, which is the Euclid exit. This is where traffic is built up. They're repeatedly getting off their crossing path and molesting. And you have what is getting on the opposite side, which is repeatedly crossing path patrolling. This is where they're concentrating presence in addition to what is crossing paths by driving on Euclid Avenue. 8F93220. There is no buildup of traffic at this intersection while I'm at the freeway. As I continue to walk to this intersection, this is where they now build up traffic. 8GQG890, 8FQR11, I'm sorry, 8FQR011, 7KVW618, 8WDE757, 8ROA864, 6LUN803, 6VFV778, 8MOB970. As they are getting off of the freeway at the Euclid, where I'm standing there reading their license plates while they're speeding off, they're trying to speed off and avoid that. There is no buildup of traffic. They are speeding down the highway. 6FNJ565. As I progress, just like last night I showed, as I come to this intersection, then they start building up right here at the intersection. FRAZ4, 6YEE561, 5VCW525, I believe, 8VPK943, 8VHP150. This is the pattern of where you are witnessing what is stalking by a people. All right, and these people, this is demonic activity. These are demons that are stalking, aware of where I'm at, based on their demon possession, by the way. 8PZK823, and also because they are engaging in what is monitoring together with communication devices. 8DHJ459, that's surveillance. All right, so 6SNE340, the activity is following me as I'm walking down the street. The buildup of traffic is the maintenance of presence. Demons crossing path one after another after another. It's called patrolling. It's demonic. 8PRW420. This is literally what they're doing while they're sitting at the stop signs. They are stalking. 6XLM299, I believe. You also know this where the state is stalking by helicopter. All right. You also know this where the entity is molesting with directed light. You also know this where I'm showing you what is documentation of not the actual sun. 7VMP991. All right, but I'm literally showing you what is the buildup of traffic as I get to this intersection. And it is 9:48 p.m. This is the pattern. As I would sleep in my vehicle, for example, in Pomona, in a quaint little neighborhood, okay, it has a children's playground. It is not very boisterous, very loud, very active outdoor with regard to what's going on. It's a quaint, quiet neighborhood. That's why I parked my car there, okay? You're talking about the moment that I start parking my car there, you have this very kind of what you're hearing, vehicle after vehicle, speeding up and down the street. There are children. Obviously, there's a children playground, but you're talking about demons that are engaging in the pattern of conduct, all manner of
ruckus, and that's because they're maintaining activity. And demons were stalking me, knowing that I'm sleeping in my car. I'm referencing what is Diamond Bar at this Sylvan Glen Road, where I was sleeping in my vehicle in Pomona, where the Pomona Police Department would engage in targeting me. All right, and how do you do that? When you know that someone's living in their car, placing tickets on their vehicle, changing the signage, targeting them, knocking on my windows when I'm parked in a place where I can park there perfectly and validly. You have the people of the state engaging in this conduct, speeding by 24 hours a day, the entity vibrating my vehicle, the entity engaging in what is keeping a fake sun over my car, engaging in the maintenance of heavy traffic in that quaint housing neighborhood that is filled with children and little babies, where they were speeding up and down that street because they're crossing paths and engaging in harassment while they're monitoring and stalking me. And again, I was documenting, so you have what is the aggression of this demon-possessed entity as they were engaging in this pattern of conduct. This is the pattern everywhere. It's ordinarily, let me be clear, it is 9:49 p.m. Traffic is not this heavy on 6th Street, where these people are, well, they should be sleeping, but they're demons, they're stalking, they're monitoring, and they are literally following me as I go down the street. This is why you have a heavy traffic on 6th Street at 9:49 p.m. This is why you have the entity that's flying around in circles repeatedly by helicopter while the people are piled up in traffic around me. It's the method of stalking. And this is documented everywhere that I go. This is what I was documenting in 2018. And what you know now, what I'm showing you about what's not the actual sun, the fake sun was remaining over me while the demon-possessed were stalking as I was sleeping in my car in Pomona, California, while I was sleeping in my car in Diamond Bar, California. All right, this is what the entity is doing everywhere that I go. And now they're doing it in Ontario. 7TLD126 because I'm in Ontario, or I'm in Upland, for example, but going back to Ontario, this is so probative, and you can see clearly with regard to what is the maintenance, the prolonged documentation, what's the fake sun over me here. This is nowhere coexisting with being anywhere in the sky space in Pomona, but that's what I documented. And this is exactly what the people of the state do, all right? They are terrorists while they're engaging in this stalking. And while I'm reading hundreds of names, because that's what it is when you're reading a license plate, you're getting names. They are going to be prosecuted, and the ease with which the people of the state engage in this demonic enthusiasm, you're going to pay dearly for that, and it's necessary as a matter of justice. By virtue of documenting the entity, once you begin documenting, and they know that, once you begin, and I'm speaking to what is policy, once you begin documenting, the entity continues, you're talking about what is grounds for federal prison. No tolerance whatsoever for this, which I am showing is the pattern of conduct. Because you're aware and you're witnessing that pattern of conduct, this is speaking to the intensity of that prosecution and the intensity and the seriousness of that policy. Because you're dealing with a very real threat. These are animals. That's what the demon-possessed represent. All right, and these animals, they're acting on behalf of law enforcement. AMR, they haven't gone anywhere. They're stalking. The entity remains stalking with a helicopter, 8WOH-334, 7VCT-459. The entity maintains presence, and doing so while I'm pointing out the obvious, heavy traffic on a side street in a quaint neighborhood as I walk down the street, okay? Because they're flying by when I'm at the freeway exit. Flying by. The moment that I walk away and I get to the next intersection, bam, they're right there built up at the intersection as I stay here. That's called stalking. It's group stalking. All right? So I want to point that out, and this is why I'm documenting it, because I'm going to prosecute the people, thousands of them. This is establishing precedent. License plate 5KBU649, 8GBB686. And you need to learn and understand what is group stalking, 8AMJ926. That's literally what it is. Following me from one corner to the next. All of them piled up together. It is unfathomable. This is the population that is demon-possessed. All right, this is a demon-possessed population, and that's exactly what that's about. It's currently 9:52 p.m. The ongoing criminal pattern of conduct. Let me be clear. Let me break down the reality of what is the state surveillance by government. The third parties, the people of the state that are engaging in what is legally referred to as what is loitering in relevant position. You are not present on your own behalf. The government is operating a criminal operation. All of the elements of monitoring are underway, and the third parties documented at what is, for example, third-party facilitating venue, 106 6th Street in Ontario, California. They are loitering in relevant position. They are equally documented engaging in that pattern of conduct while that act of terrorism that I just pointed out to you, that you're listening to me document, thousands of license plates, well, hundreds of license plates. You're talking about what is, that's an act of terrorism. They're all stalking together. This is terrorism by the people. And they're all demon-possessed. All right, you're talking, all of them, you're talking about what is that demonic environment that I remain in, what is stalking with activity, what is engaging in what is nothing other than wanting to come around to touch on you so that they can monitor you with communication devices.
The third parties inside of 106 6th Street in Ontario are loitering in relevant position. They are not in any way separate or distinct. They are not present on any individual capacity. You are present on behalf of the state. You are stalking where it is that you live. This is the reality of federal group stalking and monitoring. This is what is the reality with regard to the presence of the government via you. That's what the people are doing. That's what the ongoing pattern of conduct is. And that was documentation of what is loitering by the people of the state. And when you're looking at big picture, understand that's the reality of the ongoing system. The government is engaging in what is surveillance to the people. So you don't have any shelter from that prosecution. The entity is engaging in ongoing surveillance. I'm documenting every venue that I'm going to. It is surveillance on an ongoing basis. I isolate it, so you're looking at what is the identical P.O.C. You're understanding what is ceaseless presence, the ceaseless engagement in that pattern of conduct. But let me be clear, the people are engaged in loitering everywhere because it's the same entity. The same demon-possessed entity and the same public entity, the state of California, who is present via the people. Stalking. The government is stalking through the people. All right, so anyway, it's currently 9:54 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, it is currently 9:58 p.m. I'm going to document at 1405 Euclid Avenue. First of all, the entity is sounding helicopter activity as I stop walking. First of all, that's demonic. You're stalking with audible activity. That's entirely demonic. It's also terrorism, which is terrorism. It's also terrorism while the state is stalking by helicopter. And doing so while I'm standing in front of what is 1405. This is relevant positioning. The people of the state inside of what is 1405 South Euclid Avenue in Ontario are monitoring. They are monitoring while I was standing at 6th Street and all that traffic was piling up. All right. They're monitoring now while I'm in relevant position to their property and I'm being molested with directed light. So while the people of the state are driving what are on the street, which is adjacent to the sidewalk, their headlights are not creating flashing light onto me. That's the same sex offender that is touching with light as I engage in any sort of movement, in the same way that they are hounding as a group, stalking all around me at every intersection as I'm walking down the street, as I engage in any movement, touching with light, all right? And then sounding helicopter activity as I stop walking, okay? And I want to document the people of the state at this address, 1405 South Euclid Avenue. They are in relevant position. They're monitoring. They are engaging in that terrorism with the people of the state who are driving by their venue while directed light is touching me and touching all over the ground. They're monitoring together. All right. And this is the people in relevant position. Again, license 7XCD867, terrorizing with the entity that's flying over me. They are in relevant position to me, monitoring with that government that is stalking by helicopter. This is a massive system. And 1405 South Euclid Avenue is nothing but a facilitating venue where directed light is impossible to occur, but it is nonetheless moving all over their house while demons are driving, which would be adjacent to their properties, 8ROF116. Their brake lights are in no way going to appear on the house of what is 1405. That's demonic, and they are stalking in the path while doing so, including license plate. Let's see. Let's get these demons over here, stalking in the path. I'm sorry, I had to laugh. They're running. They are running. They didn't even stop at the light. They are running. Okay, anyway, this is when I say I've already said it, and there is no doubt they know that they're being documented. What I don't understand is, well, it's not a matter for me to understand, but anyway, that is consciousness of everything. They know that they're being documented. They're monitoring the documentation, but that I had to laugh. I'm sorry. That is so pathetic. But I'm documenting the people that say, guess who's running? 8ROF116 at 1405 South Euclid Avenue is monitoring the documentation, is sexually violating me, is terrorizing me, while what are supposed to be brake lights of those demons who are running away from being documented, they're not. 8ROF116 is the one engaging in that act of obstruction of justice while they're terrorizing myself, who is documenting that conduct. And then engaging in that sexual violence, still stalking. This is the stalker that runs away and then continues to stalk. All right, but doesn't want you to tell the names of the fact that they're stalking, but they're still stalking you. All right, 7XCD867, and I had to laugh at that. That was so pathetic. You're talking about what is pathetic, though, building up in traffic all around one person that you're stalking together. That's the inferior population that are the demon possessed, and that includes 7ROF116. They're monitoring together. All right, they are catching the same exact federal charges. And it is a monstrosity of a federal case. Federal group stalking and monitoring is unprecedented, okay? It is that which I am speaking to needs to exist, and it is a very serious confrontation of what the government is doing in the United States, and the ways in which it is violating the person in every way, and ways that you cannot even fathom. And so you're talking about what are psychopaths that are monitoring the documentation. That is the same thing you're witnessing with American Medical Response, with law enforcement, with the fire departments. They are monitoring the documentation. And while they are literally listening to and aware of your knowledge of that, that's a whole other level of a criminal and a sex offender. Understand that. That's why that's relevant as well. And it is also an impermissible threat. You are aware of everything, and you are going into engage in, let's go to this intersection because I want to touch on you with light. I want to engage in more of the conduct that you know that I'm engaging in. I'm not, in other words, I'm no longer a covert demon. My condition is known. What I'm doing is known. And you are speaking to what is the communication of threat while you're doing that. And then there's the identity while they're doing that. All right. So like I said, the demons at 1405 and right next door to them, directed light all over the venue. And then those demons that are monitoring with the people of the state at 1405 South Euclid Avenue, then are running away while they know that I am seeking to get their license plate. Let me be clear. Let me read their license plates again, because this is the people of the state. License 8ROF116, the people of the state in relevant position at third party facilitating venue 1405 South Euclid Avenue in Ontario. 7XCD867, that's license plate as well. All right, so it's currently 10:03 p.m. and the people of the state at 1405 South Euclid Avenue engaging in terrorism with the entity that is sounding helicopter activity at that venue where I am, because I stopped walking. All right, stalking with activity. That's the demon-possessed government that's engaging in this targeting system. All right, and so it's currently 10:04 p.m. I just wanted to document that. That is going to the entirety of an entity that I documented in Orange County, that I documented in Los Angeles, in Pomona, in Diamond Bar, where I've documented the people of the state, and they are engaging in an ongoing pattern of conduct. And so I want to speak to, this is the reality of everything that all those names that I just named right now. And this is the same entity that is stalking by helicopter at that 7-Eleven, Mario and Nick. You're talking about the entity acting at 204 North Euclid Avenue, stalking at 7-Eleven, stalking by helicopter at 7th Street and Euclid. Excuse me, that was 6th Street. Oh, no, that was 7th Street. I'm currently right here at the intersection of Bonnie Brae, but before Bonnie Brae at 1405. The people of the state, 1405 South Euclid Avenue, and the entity has not gone anywhere with helicopter. You're talking about what is just engaging in nothing other than creating the sound of helicopter activity to communicate a threat. It's also facilitation, it's audible activity while the demons are monitoring. And brake lights are reaching across the street, touching onto the house, illuminating the house of 1405. That's impossible light activity. That's directed light. All right. And then those demons that are stalking are running away while you document. How would you even know if you are not indeed a stalker and you're speeding up, you're supposedly waiting at a stop sign, and all of a sudden you are hurrying up to accelerate and not stopping at the stop sign? They're running away. They're fleeing. And it's pathetic. It's currently 10:05 p.m. That's the sex offender. All right, that's the sex offender that you are going to severely address at federal prosecution with the policies that I advocate and those that I have yet to break down fully. It is currently 10:05 p.m. Looks like Ontario police are group stalking at 5th Street and Euclid. They are avoiding documentation, being way down at the opposite end. You see blue and red lights, though. Stalking in the path is equally terrorizing. You're talking about what is maintenance in the path as opposed to being closer. You're talking about what is knowledge of documentation. So it is the pattern of conduct. I just want to document that you have blue and red light, which is seen at the opposite end. I'm at the intersection of where that alleged church is located. It's not a church. And the entity, which is the intersection of 5th Street. Yeah, 5th Street and Euclid Avenue. And stalking in the path via the state acting directly with blue and red lights. And so that is the law enforcement who are stalking in the path. It's currently 10:07 p.m. The entity sounding helicopter activity flying right over Chaffee High School. I did capture that on video so you can see not only the directed light that I'm being molested by. This is the sex offender that is stalking
in the incredible manner of what is helicopter. And remember what I just documented. Law enforcement are group stalking at 5th Street for purposes of crossing path. They are supplementing what is the stalking conduct by the people. I just documented hundreds of the people of the state. You're talking about what is the entity stepping in and acting more so prominently by stalking by helicopter. They are one entity acting together. And I also pointed out, as you've already witnessed, that is the 3rd episode of stalking by a helicopter, using that particular method of engaging in stalking. This is the ongoing pattern of conduct by the government that is acting through the people. All of those people that I named by license plate are acting with that entity that are stalking by law enforcement and stalking by the government in helicopters. All right, flying over what is third-party facilitating venue Chaffee High School, which I documented, and it is currently 10:11 p.m. This is P.O.C, third-party facilitating venue Chaffee High School. This is the Chaffee Joint Union High School. This is affiliated with what is the infamous name of OVID, which I will be prosecuting and exposing with regard to the more than one criminal establishment and the ongoing venues of what is demonic and demented terrorism underway. While the government is flying over that facilitating venue, it's a facilitating venue day and night. Demons over and under the age of 18, demons driving those school buses affiliated with that venue, and that's why a demon was flying over me by helicopter while I'm being molested with direct light, which is demonic, on the grounds of the high school itself. It is currently 10:11 p.m. This is P.O.C. This is documentation. As I documented the hundreds of license plates tonight, understand that that's the people of the state who are indeed stalking with that government who was stalking by helicopters and law enforcement. P.O.C. Alrighty, that ongoing pattern of conduct underway while this demon at the next intersection is stalking. Not separate from the state stalking by helicopter, using her phone, 8YND932, stalking with the state, following from intersection to intersection. All right, remaining in the path, stalking with law enforcement, stalking with the state, flying over by helicopter. They are one entity acting together. It is 10:14 p.m. This demon, license plate, engaging in terrorism, monitoring another, targeting another African-American woman while he's black as heck, 6 UBV 142, ain't got nothing to do with Black Lives Matter in California. It's demonic and it's criminal. Race is a distracting narrative, okay? This is not separate from what was the state just flying over, engaging in that act of terrorism by a helicopter, stalking for the 3rd time tonight since leaving the library at approximately 6:50 p.m. The entity engaging in stalking via law enforcement, heavily documented pattern of conduct as well, monitoring with the communication device, that blackface demon monitoring, all right, with 6WMZ668, a demon of another race. Demons don't have race, understand? Satan doesn't have any race, excuse me. 8XWX508. BU68W08 paper 24973Y1. This is clearly revealing what are the people of the state, as I already have. All right, what are they? The entity stalking as one. 1625. I can't really see that one. They are stalking as one. 8YCM760. All right, one entity acting together. All right, you're talking about what is kidnapping together. As you are witnessing what is the stalking conduct that this entity is engaging in as one, this is exactly what they were doing, kidnapping together. And that's exactly what the people of the state are going to be prosecuted as. Engaging in criminal summoning, you're going to federal prison. Engaging in what is the facilitation of kidnapping in any way, including defamation, you're going to federal prison. You're talking about what is very serious with regard to that criminal cooperation as you are witnessing it, stalking by helicopters, stalking by law enforcement, and then you're in the same environment, stalking in the path. That's exactly what all those hundreds of license plates represents, building up on a small neighborhood street on 6th Street. As soon as I get to that intersection, they're stalkers, and they're stalking together. 21919X1. Following around. How pathetic. It's the middle of the night. 8ZSF116. How pathetic is that? It's very, very serious. As pathetic as it is, it's going to wind up a lot of people are going to wind up in federal prison because this is speaking to what is the necessity with regard to establishing precedent. So what the government is doing in helicopters and by law enforcement is in no way separate or distinct or apart from what the people of the state of California are going to be prosecuted for. Okay? It is currently 10:16 p.m. 8DAZ166. That was literally seconds ago. You maintain documentation and you do not have a short memory when it comes to documenting the government that's engaging in stalking. They are present on behalf of that same government that remains present via helicopter and law enforcement. They are monitoring and stalking together. Together.
It is 10:17 p.m. 8ZHL529 7ZXV700. Engaging in terrorism, stalking on the opposite side of the street where the First Methodist Church is. It's not a real church. I showed you the fake sun over me this morning at that venue. This is where a demon is on the opposite side of the street using their hazard lights. 7SAU479. That's called stalking in the path with light. And it's an ongoing act of terrorism while the demon possessed engage in this perpetually everywhere. All right. It is the mark of demon possession. It's a demonstration of demon possession. It is currently 10:23 p.m. It's a demonstration of demon possession because it is occurring in concert with what is the demonic environment that remains. Okay. The light source during the day, directed light, day and night. Also, the ongoing occurrence of what is audible activity with simultaneity what you're doing. It is the big picture. It is the demonstration of demon possession. That is how. 7UGG957. It is also criminal facilitation while that third party whose license plate I just read is monitoring. And this demon that's crossing path again, ISAKIAA, stalking at what is, while I'm at the freeway entrance, crossing path. This is intense. This is personalized stalking while they're engaging in repeatedly crossing path, and they're monitoring on behalf of the government. They're terrorizing with the minion who's creating hazard lights on the opposite side of the street. They are terrorizing with the government that's stalking by a helicopter. They are terrorizing with the entity that is molesting. Okay. So I want to be clear. In stalking by law enforcement, it's 10:24 p.m. That is license ISAKIAA. It is 1024 at I Street and Euclid Avenue. You have one demon replacing another. This is the system. A white pickup truck comes and replaces the third party that was stopping with their hazards on. All right. I want to be clear. The demons are listening to me document. That's why they're running away when I'm getting their license plates. They're monitoring. And that's why the demons engage in the real-time conduct that I'm documenting as I'm stating it. It's pathetic every way around. Stalking as a group together. 8FEM094. It rebuts the very notion, the false claim that the demon possessed population wants you to think that they're going about their lives, concerned about their business like a normal person would. Okay, like I am or was before I became aware of this, and now I'm documenting because I'm a prosecutor. It's currently 10:24 p.m. That is third party facilitating venue at I Street. I believe this is the law office over here at 855. And right over here is third-party facilitating venue. The people who are monitoring with that demon that's engaging in loitering and creating facilitating light. Let me be clear. This is 905 and 903 Euclid Avenue at the intersection of I Street and Euclid. That's facilitation. You look directly at the demons that are surrounding you while a demon is at a distance, as though they're acting as an individual. They're not. They're acting as a group. Get the demon that's right in front of you. Okay? This is the entity that's acting as one. Okay, acting on behalf of the government who was stalking right now by law enforcement and helicopters. License 7TFF983, directed light moving across the properties on the opposite side of the street while that demon crosses path. It's currently 10:25 p.m. This is P.O.C. 6PBT. I can't really see that one. Let me get these. 5UBV 367 8XNT 925, I believe. It is 10:26 p.m. 8ATM 752, engaging in the conduct, maintaining presence at this intersection. Group stalking. License C 8MQN 243. This is heavy duty stalking by people going from intersection to intersection, maintaining presence. What would ordinarily be, there would be literally nothing, if any, traffic whatsoever. This is stalking conduct. License 8XGT 032. It is currently 10:26 p.m. I just want to correct something. 855 Euclid Avenue is not a law office. It says West End Family Counseling Services. So I just want to correct that. It is nonetheless a third-party facilitating venue. Okay, the fake sun moves over me, remains over me while in relevant position to this venue as I walk up the street every day. They are monitoring. Regardless of what this venue is calling itself, what it is engaged in during the day, federal group stalking and monitoring is simultaneously underway, and it is actually what controls. Demons engage in what is monitoring and using family counseling services, for example, as the guise under which they stalk with audible activity, stalking in relevant position, engaging in what is any method of facilitation while the pattern of conduct is underway. So I want to correct that. It's not a law office. It says West End Family Counseling. So I just want to document that. It's 10:28 p.m. 8RDW 622. All right, this license plate 8RDW 622 sitting sitting stationary in the vehicle. The moment I take a picture, opening up the door and walking out, there's appears to be an African-American male walking with braids with a security guard outfit on, engaging in the pattern of conduct, sitting in a third party's vehicle, getting out, which is crossing a path. It's not just a matter of what is fleeing, it's a matter of engaging in that demonic conduct. I'm operating my phone in a different manner, taking a picture, getting out of the vehicle the moment that I engage in using that camera function, and doing so while paying very close attention to me in doing so. And they are also stalking in the path. This is Bank of America at 735 Euclid Avenue in Ontario. It is currently 10:32 p.m. All right, this is a stalker meeting at the intersection of G Street and Euclid. Tracking my steps, arriving as I arrive. This is license 8YME260, group stalking. Intending to touch, stalking with the state, that's stalking by helicopter and law enforcement, tracking my every move, meeting at the same time at the intersection, okay? That's literally what this demon is doing. License 8YME260, acting on behalf of the people. That's demonic possession and that stalking conduct while of that condition. It's currently 10:34 p.m. Molestation at El Pescador, demons across the street, me managing to touch while driving out of that parking lot. That's called impossible light activity. El Pescador is the venue where I've shown you at multiple times of the day the fake sun that's over me, and I've used that venue as a means of identifying where I'm at, and then also remembering the time of day where that's a facilitating venue while the fake sun is over it. Those demons are on that property molesting while I'm on the opposite side of the street, which headlights are not capable of doing. They're not that powerful. That will be blinding. That is obviously a cautionary issue. I've driven a car before. It's the same pattern of conduct, and I'm just speaking to the ridiculousness of what are sex offenders who want to touch, and doing so at what is the venue that I've heavily documented, El Pescador. All right, license 8AUL180. It is currently 10:34 p.m. El Pescador is monitoring right now. 8RDW622. And again, El Pescador is located at 636 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario. That's the venue I'm speaking of, 8FAJ140. You also know El Pescador is monitoring while they're in relevant position, while demons, such as the third party whose name or identity I documented already, is meeting me as I'm arriving at the intersection of G Street and Euclid. They are demons acting together, okay? It is currently 10:36 p.m. 8YZT929. It's 8LVC502. All right, I want to document Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. They are monitoring with the state. The state is flying back and forth over Euclid Avenue via helicopter. Starbucks, which is a venue I've heavily documented while inside of that venue, also speaking to what is ongoing harassment while I was documenting them, and they were engaging in sexual violence and harassment with those who are over and under the age of majority. Recall this documentation, 7SO9918. They are in relevant position inside of Starbucks. They are monitoring while the state's flying over by helicopter. I want to be clear, holding a broom and holding a bucket is no form for what is relevant positioning, and the government's presence stalking via helicopter with the people of the state who are also molesting. You have what is another vehicle that drove by in a white van, and the directed light that I've shown you during the day, you see like lines of directed light on. This is appearing on the asphalt at nightfall. Like I said, it has nothing to do with driving under the fake sun. All right, the fake sun is speaking to what is the presence of Satan itself, the guise under which a source of engineered light remains over me. All right, and it is that scientific impossibility. The demon possessed are just that. They are demon possessed. It is witnessing the conduct of that demon possession when you're looking at the light conduct that is coexisting with nothing other than driving a car. All right, this engineered light, because that's what it is. It's not normal light. This engineered light is speaking to a condition that is unique. It is uniform with regard to that condition and that engineered light. It is an ongoing coexistence. It's a signature. It is identification. All right, and it is objective with regard to that. 8G, I can't really see that license plate, but nonetheless, I want to be clear. It's not just Starbucks. In the way that you saw, what are the patches of directed light? And I showed you what is the patches of directed light that were all over the buildings. Unicare, Community, Starbucks. They are stalking at the gas stalls in relevant position at the Arco. That's exactly what's going on right now. They are monitoring while a demon is flying a helicopter over Euclid Avenue back and forth. Okay, so I just want to document that. And they are inside of Starbucks on surveillance cameras cleaning up. All right, that's called being in relevant position in directed light. While directed light is appearing on the asphalt at nightfall where there's no fake sun hovering over me. I am continuously molested with what is directed light. That's why you have multiple shadows.
All right, and in large shadows and whatnot. And you have what are, for example, a trash can that has two shadows going in opposite directions. That's engineered light. That's a demonic environment. That is the demon possession of the government stalking by a helicopter. And that is also the demon possession of the people of the state, regardless of the name of that establishment being Starbucks, Chevron, and Arco. And the people of the state who are continuously stalking as I'm walking down the street, as they have been doing the entire time. And if I stop, they build up in traffic. That's all they're doing is stalking. And these are demons that are doing that. License 8DO8664. This is at D Street and Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. This is an entity making a U-turn over the intersection D Street and Euclid. License plate 8MLR169. Monitoring with the entity that's stalking by an aircraft. All right, all these demons that are molesting, monitoring with the state that made a U-turn in a commercial plane, 7STH563, 8XZE915, 8WYJ469, 8BHA401, SEASELSS, FIA, I believe. And this looks like 8VPA332. Oh, 8VBA332. This is P.O.C. They're all molesting. The appearance of shadows of vehicles are appearing on the wall. There is no light that is going to be projected from headlights behind your car that's going to cast your shadow onto a building across the street. These are demons. And those are demons driving commercial airline planes over me while they are stalking in the path. This is demonic activity. They're acting together. 5TYS427, 8VKS960, 8UND547, 7RNA768. And this continues to be the case. It is not separate while the entity is flying over by helicopter, group stalking by Ontario Police Department, and then at the next intersection, the people of the state maintaining presence. It's the same demonic environment. They're acting as one. It's called direct and vicarious conduct. This is what is group stalking. Group stalking is of the demonic. It's entirely satanic. You're talking about what is a demon possession, demons of, people who have an identical condition. This is a demon-possessed population. All I have done is sliced it down for you in your understanding for purposes of prosecuting, where the government's engaged in the impropriety and where the people of the state, which is how they will be classified, are engaged in this impropriety together. They're one. They are one. And it is not separate while I'm reading a third party's license plate where the state is stalking by helicopters and airplanes. It's one exact ongoing criminal act. License 7MNL905. License 8RFK277, or 227, excuse me. And with regard to the entity, it's vacillating from helicopter and airplane. That's all I did. The entity flew over by helicopter over Chaffee High School, which I documented on video. I documented the entity I have documented tons of times, okay? And by tons, I mean a plethora of times with regard to what is very, very serious time in federal prison. With regard to stalking by helicopter, especially as I've been at the venue of the museum. 8VOA555. The entity engaged in this prolonged stalking, and since a matter of documentation, by the way, December 19, 2018. This is when the entity began, as I noticed it, stalking by helicopter. So I want to be clear. This is speaking to the knowledge of that, not only the fact that you are continuously stalking, because it already is, always is, but the entity sounding helicopter activity right now as I'm talking about it. All right, so like I said, you have the government engaging in what is, I guess, thinking they're anonymous, while they're engaging in terrorism that I'm documenting and publishing on the internet, speaking to what is the establishment of policy, and the government shall be government actors going to federal prison for that. License 6ESS177 is monitoring and terrorizing with that government. That is Union Pacific creating audible activity, monitoring with that government that's stalking by helicopter, which you will not hear train activity coming from the direction of what is Inland Conservatory of the Performing Arts. Listen to that. Flying right over me. In the same way it was at Chaffee High School, this is no doubt stalking. All right, and let me be clear, this is the state's pattern of conduct. The people of the state are hand in hand with that. It is equally probative with regard to stalking by helicopter in front of the venue of what is 1405 South Euclid Avenue. While the entity is stalking and molesting with directed light, the entity engages in repeating it, which is speaking to an ongoing pattern of stalking, where I am documenting different actors as it is underway. The entity is continuously stalking by plane and helicopter, by the way. And so I want to be clear, I'm just approaching every vantage point with regard to there is no deviation. The state is stalking, sounding helicopter activity in front of 1405 South Euclid Avenue. 1405 South Euclid Avenue, the people of the state live in relevant position there and are engaging in terrorism and stalking with the government that's flying over me while I'm at that, and stalking with activity using that method of activity creation. So flying over me again at Chaffee High School is speaking to the ongoing pattern of conduct that's underway. You're stalking by helicopter just like you were at the venue of 1405 South Euclid Avenue, where directed light, by the way, remains. All right, and which is part of a prolonged documented pattern. So the entity is engaging in doing so as I am speaking of the fact of stalking by helicopter. Pay attention to this as well. So anyway, it's currently 10:45 p.m. This is the very grounds for what is federal prison. The ordinary targeted individual subject to such terrorism by government, especially as you are documenting it. That is why you're speaking to, this is the same entity that is engaged in ongoing kidnapping while they are engaging in surveillance, knowing exactly where you are, knowing exactly what you are doing. This is what you are cognizant of while you are then witnessing as I document what is the criminal act of criminal summoning. While they are engaging in surveillance together, they being the people, and the very law enforcement that they engage in summoning, or even if it's not law enforcement. Understand, criminal summoning is done by calling the fire department or calling the ambulance, or so they create documentation such that, oh, this third party call. However you are engaging it, they're lying, they're making up information while surveillance is underway. This is what is relevant to criminal summoning. You are subject to surveillance. The government is clearly stalking. It is directly relevant to what I'm showing you while the entity is stalking by helicopter. You remember this when they are then engaging in what is criminal summoning as though they're not stalking. That's why you document, okay? License plate 8SSN 969. That's why the people of the state are going to federal prison. That's an unlawful threat. It's an impermissible one. You are engaging in what is federal stalking with the government. You are going to federal prison, period. Okay, so this is how you're speaking to and addressing the people of the state and the criminal acts that they engage in, the malice with which they're engaged as demons who are placing you under surveillance with the government, who is stalking in helicopters like you hear. Let me get this demon. Directed light just moving all across the building while they're stalking at the stoplight, and the state is flying around in a circle in helicopters. 7 MBW 344. It is currently 10:47 p.m. This is at the intersection of B Street and Euclid. The entity engages in what is criminal summoning while they are monitoring you together. That's why the entity is following me back to the Ontario Museum by helicopter, knowing exactly who I am, where I'm going. This is not new today. I have years of documentation of stalking by helicopter. License plate 7RYV 105. This is speaking to what is the prosecution of the people to say the government is, this is how it is literally turning on itself, because you've got the pattern of conduct and this is the breakdown and this is the purpose, okay? That's the purpose of prosecution. The very people that you rely on are the very people that are prosecuted by your conduct because they're the vicarious actor, and then while you engage in it, it's pointing directly to the people. They're going to be prosecuted for that. They're monitoring together, all right? And so you're talking about you're monitoring together and then you're calling the law on the target individual who is you're going to federal prison for that. And that is that's like strict liability basis type of policy. All right. Absolutely no tolerance for that. And this is an ongoing, heavily documented pattern while you are listening to my documentation, speaking to what is understanding criminal summoning while the entity is stalking by helicopter. You're understanding what is facilitation by the people of the state while the entity is stalking by helicopter. All right, the people are stalking in concert with that entity. That is indeed stalking as I'm walking back from the Upland Public Library. All right, following me from place to place in a helicopter. That's a pattern of stalking. You know what a pattern is? More than one occurrence. This is the fourth time the entity is stalking by helicopter, which you can hear and or see. That's a pattern in and of itself. License plate 7VOR 496 6DMB 010 CRLC3 8ATE 686. All of them are demons. They are in this ongoing environment, speaking to what is the system that exists. My documentation speaking to what is the presence of directed light that's just manifesting around me everywhere inexplicably, which is what I'm showing you. Well, I've been showing you, but
like I showed this morning at during the 6 o'clock hour, and you're seeing directed light that's just on a concrete, and when there's supposed to be shade, right? Supposedly it's shade. You're seeing what is directed light. First of all, you're witnessing the demonic. This is entirely demonic. It is a touching. It's a molestation. It is speaking to the stalker. That is the entity that is using directed light in order to engage in what is facilitation for monitoring with communication devices. Okay, this is the pattern of conduct that remains underway while the Ontario Police Department right now group stalking. This is vehicle 1019. Alrighty, that is vehicle 1019, also engaging in a molestation, which I captured an image of. That is vehicle 1019. This demon that's stalking, they always like to say hi when I document them. There's demons that are stalking with the entity that's flying over by helicopter, and this is license plate 1582404, vehicle 1019, molesting 3 times, aiming the spotlight on me. First of all, this is a demon that is touching with light. Understand they're doing so while I'm using my camera. It's not because they can't see. It's not because they're trying to get my attention. I am documenting them, and they are engaging in the pattern of stalking with light. Okay, this is what you're paying attention to. What I'm capturing documentation of law enforcement. They're demons. They'll pull out a flashlight, and what do? Act like they're searching for, or they're looking, or they're studying something. First of all, you're paying attention to the light activity, the environment that they're in. As I pointed out, I literally made an example again of Upland Police and the Ontario Police at the Vineyard First Baptist Church, whatever. It's not a real church. That was demonic, entirely demonic, okay? You're paying attention to the environment, and you see them pulling out flashlights like they're focusing. All they're doing is stalking. They are there to engage in a pattern of conduct which is entirely demonic, and they're monitoring with the people. The same people who engage in criminally summoning them. The people that engage in summoning, the police who arrived right now to engage in federal stalking, documentation of that actor, that state actor who is sexually violating my person. You are touching me with light. You're touching my breast with light. You're touching my leg in the same way I wouldn't let you touch your with your hands. You're touching while you're stalking. All right. And this is what they are doing. And this is the Ontario police who have repeatedly engaged in kidnapping and then engaging in what is the unlawful threat. So you're talking about what is federal prison. License 7 FPU 376 is monitoring with law enforcement. 5020903. License 5ZWS 905. 8NST 767. And then the entity that is stalking by law enforcement and helicopter. This is exactly what I'm speaking of. And then they are engaging in what is criminal summoning. You are understanding what is facilitation. That is speaking to the necessity of that policy. And when I say they're going to federal prison, every time I'm documenting the people of the state, they're going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison for that. The ordinary target individual is subject to what is literally the ganging up of an entity, a demon-possessed entity, okay, that wants to violate you perpetually, stalk you everywhere that you're going, including into bathrooms, like the sex offending freak weirdos that they are. And then they want to engage in trying to intimidate you, if not kidnap you, while you are documenting that. Okay, you're going to federal prison for that. Understand what the purpose of law enforcement is, to do nothing other than to wage a threat. This sex offender of the Ontario Police Department, a demon-possessed one, is engaging in what is touching my person. I read that license plate and I captured that demon's image, and I also captured his molestation of my person while he is stalking and presenting an unlawful threat, engaging in terrorism. As I literally captured that picture, it is documentation of that. Okay, so I want to be clear. This demon is engaging in that while he's listening to me, aware of everything that I'm documenting about the entity. Okay, this is what Satan does. And this is Satan acting through the entity, acting through the demons, the puppets that are the Ontario police. Okay, so like I said, it is currently 10:53 p.m. And so while the entity engages in this conduct, stalking by helicopter, you're understanding what is the people's role. The government itself. This is the pattern of conduct by the government. All the hundreds of license plates that I'm reciting, they are acting on behalf of the government. The government engaging in multiple acts of stalking by helicopter. I'm talking about just today. This is already an established pattern of conduct. Okay, the entity it's speaking to what is the pattern of conduct that is not stopping. You are looking at it. It is underway through the people, through the very people. That's what surrounding me with inexplicable light is about. These demons are stalking. You see it more and more clearly, more and more vividly at nightfall, where ongoing heavy traffic on a quaint neighborhood street. This when you see it hides. All right, they're attempting to hide it during the morning hours where it's supposed to be rush hour traffic. No, it's not. They're demons that are stalking the same. And they're doing it under a fake sun. The actual sun is not over the city of Upland at 7 o'clock in the morning like I documented this today. It's not remaining over the B&G Plaza, over the S.I.I.S Liquor specifically, while I'm facing southeast in that parking lot, facing the S.I.I.S Liquor, and also over what is the Vaughn's parking lot. while I'm in the parking lot of Chase. Which you also know that because I reminded you about what was January 20, 2022, where hours later from 7:52 p.m. you're talking about 11:44 in the morning specifically, and 11:50 while I'm at that same location, the Chase Bank. And what is that light source right over me? Oh, it's supposed to be the sun. Do you think the actual sun is remain? If you do, then you are not even, we can't even have a conversation, because that is beyond what is common sense. And that's an impossibility, in case you did not know that. All right. This impossibility is what is surrounding the demons that are hostile, including the Ontario police. The people of the state are hostile. Criminal summoning is an act of hostility. Criminal summoning is an act that will result in what is federal prison for the people of the state. The entity engaging in what is arrival pursuant to criminal summoning, you are speaking to what is addressing the state as it acts directly. Federal prison, you're talking about what is the criminal misuse of the devices of the government while they're engaging in surveillance. The entity is engaging in stalking by helicopter, and then with a straight face engaging in what is called, you don't have any legitimacy. You're engaging in surveillance. All right. And so you're talking about what is understanding that system. This is the delusional psychopath. You're witnessing it while I'm telling you because that's what they're doing. The Ontario police are pacing back and forth on the street. They're pacing in directed light. They are not engaging in any patrolling. They are stalking me. They are in directed light. They are listening to every word that I'm saying, even choosing the moment that they drive by based on what I'm saying as I'm saying it. Remember, demons do what they do at the moment that they do it. That's what demons do. Okay, everything with regard to surrounding what I'm doing, okay, what I'm saying, that is relevant to terrorism as well. So I want to be clear, it's currently 10:56 p.m. You've got demons surrounding at the crosswalk, standing behind, engaging in surveillance, monitoring with law enforcement, and operation of a communication device, a bum, all right, that needs to be worried about something else other than me, but he is monitoring with law enforcement, stalking at a stoplight in the middle of the night at 10:56 p.m. All right, listening to every word just like law enforcement is monitoring with communication. This is interstate stalking. The people engaging in that together, and this is how you know, and this is understanding, this is the speaking to and explaining what is stalking with directed light, inexplicable light appearing on the sidewalk, in the shade, all right, in the streets of LA, in San Bernardino County in the morning. It does not matter where you are at. It is a state system. And it is speaking to a demon-possessed population. This is a demon that's over here at the crosswalk standing behind me, engaging in surveillance with the Ontario police, who are demons pacing on the street back and forth. All right. And I did capture that molestation of my person by the Ontario Police Department, acting via that demon in vehicle number 1019. That is molestation by the entity acting on behalf of the people they're monitoring together. So that's the sex offender. That is the state of California. That's the state acting directly, documenting what is a perpetual sex offense by the people of the state who are stalking on behalf of that entity. That entity that flew over multiple times tonight by helicopter. That entity that is stalking via law enforcement, the fire department, the American Medical Response ambulance. All right, it's currently 10:57 p.m. This is P.O.C. at the intersection of what is Holt and Euclid, and it is 10:57 p.m. This is P.O.C. 8VRE356 is molesting. License, see, 6NXM858 is molesting, and so is the Ontario Police Department. And I'll tell you what is molesting. Alrighty, again, that's license 8NXM858, molesting on behalf of the Ontario Police, surrounding with another sex offender at the corner. This is surrounding with light. These are demons, and they're monitoring with the Ontario Police, who are continuously pacing. Okay, 7RYE363. That's a sex offender. It's currently 10:58 p.m. I'm taking an image of what is a demon that's molesting with light at the intersection. You see the light, their headlights are aimed toward me, and that would create a shadow that should be behind me. I have a shadow in front of me. This is called a molestation with directed light. These are demons who want to touch you while you are being covered and maintained with directed light all over your person. Aiming headlights onto your person in the same way that which is supposed to be the sun. The fake sun being over my head in front of me will create a shadow behind me, not in front of me. Aiming headlights onto me while it is a sexual touching for which you will be prosecuted. You're understanding what is a demon that is touching you while they are stalking you while my shadow is in front of me. And the demons of the Ontario Police, who are group stalking the same, pacing around in this engineered light, the same street that I took a picture of them on, stalking, and then aiming light onto me. It's the same conduct. They are demons engaging in terrorism together. All right, it's currently 10:59 p.m. and I took a picture of that. You can see the shadow in front of me while they are stalking at the street. They are present there to engage in touching. They are racing there to make sure that they touch with light. That's a predatory mindset. All right, that's entirely a demented mindset. That is a stalker mindset. That is terrorism while an entire government engages in that together. All right, that's what demonic conduct is. It's currently 10:59 p.m. P.O.C. Capturing images of what is activity creation by Union Pacific. It is 11:01 p.m. at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts.